everybody the same way?
No, listen what me I say. No, when they campaign, you see, listen to me. Me say to them, say listen. Me I stand labor right. For any day me ban as a labor right. I mean never make a PMPX yet, never. Okay, Maurice said to me, say, oh, listen to me. Me the ask you, just give me 5 years. Just give me 5. Me said, Maury, the campaign manager, when the man here go on the campaign. Me said, Train, say, Maury, reason why me don't vote in. Come on, get all details, just you don't can. Because in promise we say, go give me water, and a 2-term DK they do. So me they go vote for get the water, Maury say, okay, just give him 5 years. A 2-term they do.
All right, and can I say something to you,
yeah, no problem. No problem.
Let me tell you something. Me not find no excuse for Dave Brown, and me not find no excuse for the government. But take into consideration, when Dave Brown got his second term, what happened? COVID came in. A lot of the procurement things that had to go through Parliament were pushed aside and because of COVID. So now, all of them things that they push aside, great professional start upgrade from when, but because of all of that, things had to be just placed up for a moment. So guess what? No. Things never get started off as how it's supposed to start it off. And I don't know if you understand anything about procurement and if you get money, if you get so even up a which part the roads and that Dave Brown has done. You know how long?
Look here.
How long
listen, Listen now. You see from Bamboo come go to Chigwell, there is no road there. No road. Last week me go to Chigwell, me said to me boyfriend say, how you drive out of this appear dirt?
And listen to me, as me said to you, Marv, me can't pronounce the last name. And I said to you, up to last week, 2 weeks Sunday, I have seen all the information. Me can't tell us I miss the information for the road them go get sorted out. And all of that, Remember, the government come out with the Spark and the Reach program to fix their road there. Look how long the main road from down at Eglinton, the patch, and all now in the Reach Sandy Bay. Because it's taking time to get the thing done and people are complaining the main road bad. But the road that we're on, it'll go reach to you during the time. If over the years, I'm sure so them the road they never did get bad just under Dave Brown. They were bad for down years ago.
Listen what me I say no. Listen what I'm saying. Listen. Let me tell you this. Rabbi, no MP working at Hanover. Neither from PMP, nor Labour right.
No, well, me now go share the same sentiments with you.
Me go tell you now again. All right, when DK went down, they then come halfway upon the road, patchy road halfway until today they do one work till they left.
You know why me can't share the same sentiments with you, Marv? You know why? Because you see the same Garrison Mumpella there. The only time Mumpella road fixed, it was fixed 1989 under Edward Seaga fixed it. The first time that road was ever been fixed so you can drive on it properly is under Edward Seaga. It was also fixed under the JD program twice when it was fixed. You see now, you see the parochial road, them Church Lane, Freedom Street and High Level Road was fixed by Dave Brown, I'm sure that. And him lobby for the Justice Center, they build down in a Hanover right here, so and I've seen him fix road, other places, Axenage, Chester Castle.
Look here,
so
me go tell you
don't say no, do no work, don't do that. It may not reach to you yet, but it will reach. I mean, I tell us enough event for what you want, and that's not what I'm saying, so don't get the thing wrong. But when you say that he has no MP has done anything for Hanover, that
none of them never do nothing for Hanover.
No,
Rabbi,
yeah.
Mark, we could interject something else.
Can I tell you guys?
No for them road the way I talk about. Well, I make it tell me. No for them road the way she complain about, you know. It council the response to fix some of the road.
No, I'm glad you said that.
Tell them again, you see,
you see, for me, what I for Dave Brown.
Which road is it?
Which road is that? Brown.
Which road?
The road where in a free community for open come straight up the main road.
What name?
Bamboo Road.
Okay, which Dave our Eastern, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm tell you the road them on the
that's
program.
forage.
Newtown. Hopewell to Chigwell, Success, Top Hill, Zion to Church Lane, Pan Peace to Seatop, Claremont, Central to Taylor Drive to Zion, Well Lane, Daffodil to Violet. Yeah. So now I
Yeah,
If you reward of Dearborn, if you reward of Dearborn, can indefinitely tell me. If you reward of relief plan,
So now I don't
So
depend.
your road name, Carl?
yeah, after Dearborn, Mr. Everyone, after Dearborn, this is what me I tell you.
So
You
the
see
you
road
just-
for
you see
the
the-
road.
Yeah,
Well,
see
I'm
the
saying
councillor?
here, Carl, I want to go.
You see the councillor? If you see the
No.
councillor, listen what me I say. You see the councillor?
Marvis,
Him and Dearborn are
Marvis.
cousin, and they no agree.
Marvis.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear your road call on
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
program? Did you hear your road?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So your road go fix.
But Petal,
Your road
Petal.
is mentioned. That means your road is in process to be fixed. So just calm down.
yes, I know. In
So
talk, you say, you know, it's a
so what
fix,
the noise about?
but what me I
You know,
tell you, say,
You know, happen yet, but it will happen. At least you have some insurance to hear that the road is going to be fixed. On a PNP, you never have that assurance, none at all.
Look here,
What is it?
Petal, listen what me I tell you, say, we don't have no luck with no MP, none of them no do nothing for it, neither from JNRP.
So what on there?
But
No
your
road
road
up a bamboo,
your
no
road
fix.
don't fix now. Your road don't get fixed.
No. Hold on. All right. One MP, when PMP side, when we live here, and when them plan for the process, and then go to him, you know, every man take lock up in place and go on and tell them, say, they figure shit in a ladder bag.
All right.
So, hold on.
So we don't really get no help.
Let me fast,
We don't
I
get no
am-
help. We don't tell you no
Let me
lie.
fast,
We don't get
I
no
am
help
different.
for no
Hold on.
MP.
Marv, let me first. You vote the last election, me I first.
Me vote every time. All when me not get none, me don't vote. Cause me love me party. Me love me party. Me not left because even me cause I me say me not vote again.
Well, me
Cause
understand where you say love, but you just have to exercise some patience. I strongly believe and know say help is coming. Help is on the way. So just exercise some patience. But what I want to ask you, what the mood on the ground where the JLP is concerned?
no good talk. Everybody say they can't vote.
Hold on,
and
make
it's a
sure you
crisis.
answer. Now. Please make sure you answer.
Marvis, Paul way bad enough. Marvis, that one of them people that were Paul way bad.
Yes.
Boy.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is what me I say.
What the mood on the ground where Labour right and where the raw politics is concerned? That be really interesting.
No, everybody they say they not vote under this because they never get no help from no MP.
Okay. So you as a
And that's why they
strong
lose the
Labour
parish
right, you as
council.
a strong Labour right, you need to encourage them still, you know. To tell them, say, watch your man.
Look here.
No,
You see
ask
nothing
a
here?
question. No, ask Marv
Well, I
one
can tell
question.
about the yard, Robbie, and then you come.
You
Me
see
and
now
she
my
just
So,
said-
Robbie, make sure
See me
finish
yard
and
lose
then
at
you
the
come.
poll and 50 vote out of the yard, you know. Because I want big family and the whole of we are labor right.
I tell you this, I worry that.
With the poll 50 yard
Well,
vote.
we are beg you for still encourage your 50 that to come out.
Take a son, listen, you know, say none of them never lose a bamboo. They no lose in a free district, even though we not get no, they no lose.
Okay.
Because even when the parish council election and Devon Brown lose, and all up here lose, do you know where make him lose? Because he lose Woodland and Wopperell Main Street. And that's where he go lose.
So let me ask you something. You work for the party as a party
No,
worker? Or you sound like a
no,
work?
me no work for the party. My niece and some of my niece them and them work.
Okay. But you sound like an articulate lady, you need to get involved.
So, but me they tell you, me not tell you no lie. We don't get no help down here. No help down here. We never.
your
But
help
we
is
dey
on
vote.
the way.
What kind of help they talk about? Because me tell you, some people want to talk about personal help, you know. And I
No,
have
we don't need that. You
Hold
know,
on,
listen to me.
So like
Me don't
shooting
want
you.
personal help. Me don't want personal help. We just want the road and the water. Me don't want nothing more.
But Marvin and you just Petal just read out on a list of roads that are going to be fixed in that division. You see the thing about us. I'm not judge anybody now. I'm not judge you personally.
24.
So when me live, me can't tell you this.
Like 20 years.
There's no Sunday base. So when me live, actually I don't really want to buy, but so when me live, not even, and we put concrete in our lane. No government never do nothing in there.
Yeah, because even about 2 weeks back, out of open there, so I want a man with one van control some tar in a road.
But let me tell you this. As much as my road, my lane not get fixed, and the condition it is in, it is not what it's supposed to be in. But you know one thing, my road not fixed, but there are other things that is being done that even help my life to be easier and better off. So me now go watch the one road wanna fix and use that. If you tell me, say, yo, me I go come out and do certain things, me not say that you do, but for me now use the one road wanna fix in my division and call that to be. Say, boy,
you see the road when I fix, the road when I fix, not at me from vote because guess what? Andrew make me the vote. Everybody see you then say Andrew.
No, yeah.
Andrew.
Well, you continue. And when me come a April, me I go link up with you, cause guess what?
No, man, you need to go look for your Robbie.
You see, anything what I need to get done, it need more. But may I tell you something? Me know that the road I go fix, cause me tell you I went to a meeting 2 Sundays ago, even JC Hutchinson, they were there and we went through a whole heap of things. And we know certain that is going to take place.
When I next thing when me want to tell you no, you see Dave Brown, is a kind of cocky man, like, you know, really deal with people, you know.
No, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. With me, you know, that may be one thing in a really talk up to people, but in get work done. I say for me, I'm not busy if you want to chat to me. That not have no face.
Shy and a cocky.
Yeah, he's not a good speaker. It is not a good speaker, brother.
Me don't want grave digging. Me don't want grave digging all week and he come there.
Well, on the guys. I always watch him. He's not the deputy speaker at the house.
No, man,
okay. Me have him wrong then. All right, me have it wrong.
Dave is not a talkative person like that. He not talk much. All right, we don't have back to school treatment and the man come and he say, boy, Ray, and he come by my surname. And we keep a meeting and we do what we are going to do. And he does, you know, in a chat enough.
Trust me, I talk him now. You know, some people...
Him is not a talker, brother.
Me go tell you with that one.
And the same thing with Tamika. Tamika is not too much of a talker either, brother.
Well, you see the councillor?
They want a mouthpiece. And you what did that? You want I think I did have Dave Brown in our spin. He did have one CDA Virgin there that run the office. That the man them mess him up in our sense. But now he's gone. We get rid of him. In a debate no more. So me I tell
all right, you see, all right, with that one grave digging and then come there with one crate of liquor. When he come in trade on and he gone way over one bush branch down by himself, he don't even talk to nobody.
Man. Robbie, you see, I'm going to tell you something, you know. Sometimes when me say boy, people are people and this and that. But when in politics, you know, you have to have a different, your skin can't do
right.
You know. You have to make sure so he's a people person.
Exactly.
What are the politics? When I say I don't walk and hug up everybody. But you have to have
right.
No, but all right, I'll tell you something now, brother. You see me? I'll tell you something. Me work for the party. I work for Dave Brown in every election. Since he get elected, I working at every election. Get him elected the first time, the second time, I working at every election. More while me and him at it. I tell him more while me and him at it.
All right, we go tell him.
I recall him and I say, yo, he recall me.
You go tell him this now. Him and the councillor, you know. You see the councillor article, man. Him an article, he move with everybody.
Yeah, but Marvin,
Marvin, you know, you me tell you, say, I know we, a black gate, a black, something gate.
Marvin, me and Devon, Virgin, but a Devon causing demise in a local government election. And there are nothing I don't want to say. That pass and gone and I now go back there, so.
And you know, so me and say him neither, you know what? The Labour them never vote. The Labour them don't vote.
You're right.
Exactly.
You're right.
But there are reasons why most of them never vote. And I try to tell you the thing about it is that say, even though, that's what I keep on saying, even though the result may be so, the result didn't come that way because PNP was doing anything better than it was because the hardcore Labour right them just never voted. And some of them people they get some personal votes in the local government. A lot of personal votes were given to that the youth that were in the April division because him is a popular person in terms of sports and them something. You know, see now that's it. Why not do April?
Oh, this a dark shit.
Pray. All right.
If
Why am I
people
doing
them sorry say them vote him in.
You see, all right. Then
This a dark shit.
tell about.
You didn't even look back on the people them.
All right. This is the same thing. What me tell about? I see him just saying, Marvin.
Me say the taxi man said me rather than to go to one idiot and put in one idiot.
Marvel, what I want to tell you, I want you to listen to me carefully.
Yeah.
The JLP is going to win back the election. And
But we want to win back.
Can't afford to do have an MP. So here what go happen. We have to put all of the differences behind and work back with the man. That's the message as a labor right where you have to send now, you know. For the JLP, we have to win back the third term. But we don't have no MP.
Me look here.
I have to put in some workers, put back the man in our power.
Me no who not voting because this as me tell you. Me have to vote because I can't make PMP.
Why you say you're disgruntled, but why you encourage those who are disgruntled like you? We say, watch a man.
All right, you saw when you go on the cemetery. If you ever see the cemetery where a dirty boy where them put in it.
All right, and them the thing they want to focus on Marvin because just at the same thing we are talking about. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of these roads that people are complaining about that isn't being fixed, they are parochial roads that comes under the Hanover municipality. And $935 million Mr. Fran down there, you know.
I know, Mr. Craig, what's it with you? Craig, what's with you? And
the company news too. $935 million and what has been done with that money, there's nothing to show. None of the drain them now clean. None of the parochial road them now clean. They not do nothing at all. And that's why sometimes, you see, because we do not have a councillor to help back up the MP in the division and the constituency and all, it will look as if nothing is going on the side of the MP, because guess what now? Hanover Municipal Corporation not doing anything, and the fact that the MP has to be here, there, and everywhere. If we had a councillor in these divisions, what would have happened is that these councillors would have to be doing some work while the MP is focusing on other stuff. But he have to focus on the parochial road, he have to focus on the local things and what the local government should have been doing, plus what central government is doing. And let me tell you, you know, everything, I'm telling you, it's perfect and they make all the mistake. You get me? I say,
Rabbi, you have a
him do more than what everybody else do.
Look, listen what me I say. Oh, you feel have an MP and the council and talk.
No,
that's why my cousin live one place.
Because they are dead. No, that's what me tell you say. Well, a while ago I said to you say, with even the local government, but I don't want to go back to this. So them men, them things, man, them alright, you know me. I tell you say them alright. No. I'm telling you that.
Me and Devon Brown a good friend. Me and the council a good friend.
Well, the ex-councilor and my councilor again.
Well, you turn up to other day and call me and get me name and do what I have to do.
Exactly, because so we had a meeting, he was there. All of the stakeholders that needed to be there in that meeting were there, and everything put together. And we know what needs to be done, and we are going to do all of that. Trust me, we may not get everything in totality, but we are going to do the major things that
Devon Brown, when they walk out, when I say Devon Brown, remember say we tell them about the water, and you can look much vote with the pool, they go no. And he said, no talk to me about that, talk to the MP, that the man there, and kissing teeth.
Yeah, and as we tell her, they are the differences at the time. Everything is being settled now, so we don't want to go back to that. It's settled. We don't work together and now to make sure set, because me tell you,
me go tell you one thing with the MP now. Me go tell you one thing with the MP. Me not tell you no lie on that. Him is very kind. If I go to him will give you money.
So yeah, go on like him, man.
No, I'm not talking about money. I don't want money. I don't want money.
I understand.
I want water and the road.
But hold on, I don't understand. You know, hold on, Marvin. In a one breath, you say the MP don't talk to nobody.
No, listen what I say. Listen. Yeah. No, listen. Listen what I'm saying. If you go to him, but if he pass you, blow you or nothing.
Yeah, but you see, but you have to understand that now.
But if you go to him like in an office, me not tell you,
hold on, my sister. You have to understand some things. It's a nice man then because, all right, him is not a chatterbox. Maybe like me and you will not
when you come on that, I don't feel that.
I want you to hear this. Me and you may be a chatterbox. I will vocal. Everybody have them different style. But as you say, if you go to him very kind, so how can you can't output
Carl
him,
Lewis,
man.
Carl, let me
Not
tell you
me, no,
something.
not me. Come not go to me, not go to
Me
them.
run a
Me no
football
know.
team, you see, in a Sunday.
No,
day.
me.
And me are the manager of a Sunday day
Good
football team.
afternoon, Alex.
And me can't tell her this. Because of boom, I'm say MP, I'm sending a letter on behalf of the football club to Sound Gears. And trust me, I'm the only MP ever give you a set out of gears. And we've been asking the council for 8 years. And all now, not even one case of water. So, me know say him a do things. So that's why you say me can be on the level. I'm tell you, sometimes me and him at it, man, we go at it. Sometimes me and him go at it. But if we call him 12 o'clock in the night after me and him go at it and hear me call one thing, him a take up his phone and him a answer it. And if he miss the call the day next day now come on in and call me back.
But
And
as me tell you, as me tell you,
whatever, so that's why me can't give him the name or some people
are
are give him. The only thing what me can say about in a chat to people, and sometimes I tell him to do something and it take a while to do it, but him a do it.
Even one lady, you know, if one lady will live right and me get her, so you know. I mean them run up and down fee, and you man drive himself from him.
You know, he make mistake and people not perfect and people gonna make mistake, you know. So at the end of the day, as much as he do whatever he do, it's still better than all of the PNP, MP that will come out. We can't tell anybody, I'm say that without any form of apology.
But me can't tell you this, me not tell you no lie. Me never see we get no help from none of them. Me not tell you no lie. Not the DK Duncan.
You see, look, how long has
one
been...
MP me think we don't get everything from and they vote out the good one and a parlor. If they went just give parlor it, man.
Well,
if they went just give parlor the winnings, be good in Hanover.
Well, the thing about it, we have one now and we have to work with him and make sure, because as I said earlier on, me the suffer the pangs of hell in terms of infrastructure.
But you know, say we see it as swing seat do.
It not gonna swing.
You know, say we see
it not gonna win this time. No, let me tell you something.
Make sure.
Study the politics. You know, you can make sure say you, your mother, your father, everybody supposed to come vote.
Robbie, as can to the poll, we come over last night. The PNP lead every lane at Hanover.
Yes, and I understand that.
Hold on. We know, say, it not make no sense we say we now watch poll. But in our one breath we jump up when the poll in our favor. And when
no, that's not what no. That's not what I'm going to say. That's not what I said.
I not attack you, man. I just make a point, man. May I say, make we take it to say yes, we down, but not out. We don't,
and that is how we are treating the situation as it is. Because I'm telling you, the amount of calling that I get this morning, and the amount of conference call I make up on this morning, where we are having a plan. I'm tell me have people who call me that is out of the realm of politics, in the sense where they not have no ties to the MP nor nothing. But they don't want the Labour Party to be out of representation in Eastern Hanover, and them not going to put in all the resources that they personally can put in to get the thing up and running the right way. May I tell her that?
Me, I feel vote. Me don't know about nobody else, but me tell us say, when we live, all of we live together, and me tell us say, when we the poll, all sometime all 25 vote, 50 vote. So one time, all right now my little house, and me alone live with me. Me put them before we need the vote.
It a go work out, Marvin, man. We just have to give.
It after, Robbie. It after. We have to pull resources together.
And that's what I said. I said the effort, we have to double effort or triple the effort.
Well, maybe if that's your load, back up a little.
I'm low.
Me no want to lose Anju. No time.
Good afternoon.
You're still low,
right.
bro.
I don't know what else. Kick me out and let me come back. Kick me out and take me back up. You hearing me?
Yeah, we are here, you know. Go on, sir.
All right. Guys, stay up that side for a minute, please. All right. So, good afternoon. I want to greet the panelists and as well as those in the chat. I've been listening to us, and I'm listening to the lady also in particular. And one of the things we have to remember is that politics is won not only by votes but through work. And in particular,
1 minute, I just want to come in with a breaking news. Sorry to jump in, but you know, the police has just seized a cache of over 60 firearms and 5,000 rounds of assorted ammunition at Kingston Wharf. Well, on Tuesday it was. The news just reported. So 60 firearms and 5,000 rounds of assorted ammunition.
We are
good work.
JCF. Back to
Good
the
work.
Constitution. Yes, good work. Big up JCF.
Yeah, good work, police. Good work.
good work. All right. So, election is not only won by votes, but it's done through work and in particularly on the ground work. Even if you love the MP or love the work of the MP, you may not love the MP, but you love the work of the MP and you love the government. And even if you plan to vote, Labour Party, one of the things that you have to make sure that you do is go out there and encourage people to vote from now. Right? Yes, it's good that your family is going to vote Labour, right? But everybody who you meet, you have to encourage them from now. Not only to vote, but find out if they are enumerated. That is how you win an election. And that is what the PNP have over us. Because I remember where I, in my community, one of the things that I've observed when they're having their morning walks, the comrades will just walk up to a man and engage him in a conversation talking about the difference between capitalism and socialism. And then afterwards they tell you that is why they don't support capitalism and that is why they prefer socialism, and then they'll tell you that is why they prefer the PNP over the JLP because the PNP is a socialist party while Labour is a capitalist party. And that is the kind of startup. We as Labourites, we have to learn to start conversations like those in the bars. On the play field, the football field, the netball field, right? If we don't do that, we can't just think that the government good work alone is enough to convince people. Some people see it, but them just figure, all right, the government, I do the work, so you must get vote back. No, you have to go out there and tell people, make sure you vote, make sure you enumerate. So even that lady that's saying, boy, she and her also go and vote, go and tell other people too. You understand? Go and tell other people too. That's the point that I wanted to make.
Anyway, guys, but jump off for now, because the local rain are gonna fall. And
Yeah, man.
reach home before.
Hello.
Robbie, I don't know if I floor did you say you work with, but anyone you work with, then it can one up strong.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, man.
You get good service to box cover.
Yeah, man. I mean, I always have good service at home because I will live on free internet down there too, you know. But on a free internet, me dep on.
We are working. Did you sell our phone?
Yeah,
Good
man.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, JP girl. We hearing you, but me I try to find out because we are Robbie internet stand up good.
Okay, I'm from Lucy, Hanover.
Oh, and then Hanover,
Yes, I'm from Lucy, Hanover.
Yeah, man, give it the Western team.
And I am saying this. I am a 61-year-old woman. From I was 18, I voted for Dr. Chang. That's the time he lost the election year. We did not have an MP again for JLP until Tamika Davis win. Hanover is very, very in a bad condition. Tamika cannot take one term to do things for Eastern Hanover.
Western.
Yeah, Western Hanover. She can do all what they want you to do. People are say they want to see her come out them yard and this and that. But that's another point. She's trying to give them water. Up on Greenland, you have pipe run where the PMP them run, and after they lose, what them do? They dump concrete in it. The people they only have the pipe in their yard, no water.
Tamika, they chuck water, give them. She can't do everything. Who know Hanover, say Hanover, they run on a PMP for years.
Yes, true,
Years.
true, more than 40 years.
Me be born and growing at this parish, never left here. So. And me, I tell her, say, she cannot do everything what they want she to do. She dey fix only road where for years never fix.
Okay.
But you see, Hanover people, me born and grow Hanover. I mean, I tell her, say, it's like we don't have no sense. We don't have no sense. You understand? We don't have no sense. You can't want one MP if you come at your yard, go and sit down. And because you not see the MP, you don't say, me not vote, because me not see her, and she not give me nothing. She can't give everybody something. Since January, over 200 people get 10,000. Over 200 people them get them name and thing. Them go and pick up them check for them $10,000. What much can she do? A lot of us in Hanover, we just don't have no ambition and we don't have no sense. We don't want to see Hanover come better. Tuesday, the Prime Minister was in Grand Palais and he talk about what I do for Lucy, what I do for April, what I do for Negril. And we still get up and they say, we don't vote out. Them will vote out the one MP for how much year where we never have. We never have an MP from Dr. Chang left. Lucy.
True, you're so
we
right.
Never have an MP.
And that's why I'm saying more than 40 years now, we don't have
Right.
neither JLP or East nor West, turn and over. And then
And
want
this-
all of the problems to fix down here in a one go.
Jamaica can't fix all of it, man. They must give the lady some prop for what she do already.
I know that she has been doing work, and that is what I was saying, that she's been doing work. I know that I see the evidence of it myself.
She go buy water truck even yesterday. She go deliver water. What more she can do? She's a woman. Look how much
Because
man.
no pipeline there, some of them community there for them get hooked up on the system, you know, because there was no pipeline run over the years for them get no form of potable water. And now certain things are sort out for them can't get it. And it can't done just so. And that's why we keep on tell them so they have to wait.
You have Wrong Son where run for PMP. You have Ben Clear where run for PMP. You have the other thief in one, them remember my name. A couple of them run for PMP now Hanover. And they never do nothing.
Instead of Bentley and look about the people them on over and take it, buy furniture and furnish our house.
You understand? You have Ansel. They don't do nothing for Hanover. You come back here, ENAs don't do nothing. All ENAs do is give them money in a food box and buy them out. And when they winning, tell them, say, member say me pay on for vote, me no want nothing. Me born and grown in this parish.
Me too.
And me can remember one time when PJ have meeting at the town. PJ come and he say, I'm going to fly like butterfly and sting like bees. When bees sting, you look how it hot. Eh? And all these people in this parish. Me not see the MP. Me not see the MP. She not come in my yard. She not this. She don't do what she fit do. She have so many programs up at the office. All they need to do is go up there, set down their name, do what they need to do. She have so many things.
And she don't have no counselor to help her move around to get certain things done. So that's why I say she need a mouthpiece, because she needs somebody behind her, because she's been doing a whole heap of things, which I know. And the same thing with the ground.
You see, Mr. Mr. Eddie caused him to lose.
Exactly.
Because Mr. Eddie did not do what he do. Mr. Eddie left the money. Mr. Eddie left the money around a parish council. Now spend the money on what Mr. Eddie do. I pay foolishness.
Exactly.
Still me couldn't vote against Mr. Eddie. Me have to give me vote. Me still can't go vote against Tamika. I have to give her my vote. I have 8 kids, 6 girls, 2 boys. And all my 6 girls vote Labour right. I never tell them vote that. My last child is 21 and she votes for Mr. Eddie. That's her first vote she could have voted when Mr. Eddie lose. I don't have no PMP in my house. My 6 girls are Labour right. My biggest daughter, she live at Westmoreland. She come up and vote. So Hanover people need to just take them grounds and know say when Andrew get the next term, Hanover they go nice. Just give Tamika the chance to do what she did do. Me not understand every day. Me not see the MP. The MP
Yeah.
now come on me yard. What she fi
Me
go and
don't
them
like
yard
that.
go
Me
do?
don't like what you want MP because you don't want to chat to the for.
Eh?
That not help fix the road.
You want
That
to
not do not. You can't relate.
and drink tea.
You want water, she dey give them water in a
Yeah.
truck. She dey go in the truck herself, they go give them the water.
Because
She dey fix all
there's
road
no
they
pipe
never
for them to
fix.
get the water through the pipe. Cause there's no pipe connected to there, so they can't get water through the pipe. So she have to chuck the water. She do the best that she can do.
ENA's run pipe go up at Kingsville and place the Greenland. When he lose in two concrete in it, so the people them only have the pipe running at their yard, no water is going here.
Exactly.
Right? And them a Costa Rica. Look how much here. ENA's doing at Hanover. Couple years well.
And to add to that, JLP, remember, you know, when Tamika just get elected, there comes COVID.
You understand?
Here comes COVID.
Me no know what wrong with Hanover people, you know. And 1 year now since Parish Council win. 1 year now what they do for the town, nothing. Mark Bolin was there yesterday. I didn't come pack out my stall. I stay at my yard. The few people they were, yo, let me tell you something, man. Me sell against the Burger King and up to this morning when me look one of the man them walk a Parish Council come tell me say me have to go move. Because me not say PMP. In a bus park right against the Burger King. Right?
Okay.
And then come tell me say me have to go move. Because me still not say PMP. Me and me a friend, you know. And me a know say me not change. And me a put me, you know. And me a tell him say she will not change. Don't provoke her. She's a labor right. She's not gonna change. So lower. They know me not change. And then come tell me this man. He say me have feel less. Me not switch. Me can't vote PMP. And me not vote. Me not sit down on me and say me not vote. I am a runner. So the people them when me know what me know what to do. He's a runner. I am a
Long
runner.
time labor right now hold a municipality. Probably about 20 years now or so.
From Dr. Chang left Hanover.
We have never run the municipality. We only used to have a few councillors.
When Churchill was in the mayor,
PNP,
when Churchill was in mayor, I never we have it.
Churchill.
Remember Churchill? We broke the great growth for Palladium.
We never have the country. We have
no man, we never have the mayorship, man.
Okay, I did a PNP.
We only have the mayorship. And him have the mayorship. And him used to do something, you know. Because you see already drain them. Already drain them in a town black. You get the fire truck.
They can't get me out. They can't get me out. That's all they done. I lose it on mic. They can't get me out. That's all they done with the thing. But nothing else they not do.
Where come from I told is a shame too. Because man come from a big well.
Shame. They come and they shop, come buy liquor. That's all they want. That's all they want.
Yes,
Other people need to stand their ground, man, and know say when Churchill bus park did a run, the town did a run good. The bus park they condemn a China buy out that right now a pay China Lucy mash up. The one Texaco gas station in Immigrant town that locked down. Lucy mash up.
I'm a place in his run taxi car Johnson Town.
Let me tell her say they must leave Tamika alone. She dey do what she fit do. She can't do more than what she's doing. Then if you give her a next try and then she not do nothing that different. But she's giving them water. She dey fix her road where she can't fix. Road where never fix it donkey years PMP. Eh?
That's my point.
Man, come on.
Over the years, that's what me that said to Marvia a while ago. Say the amount of roads them were in Hanover that needs fixing. A 40 odd years them the road they not fix. How them are gonna fix plus the one them that come on board, they have some informal settlement or some place where they have to still sort out some little road for the people them same way. It's not easy, and in the short space of time that people want these things to be done. You know, it can never be done.
No, me here so comment say what they rabbit. They say government should go borrow money and fix up the country.
Oh.
These people,
But
man.
what on there? So what on there? The government will borrow money and go fix up the country. What on know? The government will borrow money to fix up the country, but Mark only want to take $40 billion and give it away.
Can't give it away.
Alright.
People
Good
that sick.
economics plan.
You know what time Mark Bowling come and Lucy last night when dog afraid. So you don't see how the town set. You know see nothing in our town.
But JLP, I was surprised about the turnout. The turnout was so low.
So I me the Black King live last night, and when me hear how much percent the PMP them ahead of Jamaica down there, you see them people are sounds dirty nigga them. Because sometimes me on the live them and we texting some things and then don't even respond to it.
Because we are talking so far sometimes they're not really chatting it.
You know, they feel look on somebody chat them and know say people from Hanover. Me no business enough. They say me from from here, so I no care because I not beg them nothing. Because me know say when time election for me piece of old car they go run. As long as me alive, me can collect people for go vote because I am a runner.
What do you mean?
I am a runner.
So
me know say me can't vote PMP. And all if me know say Tamika don't lose, me still let go vote. Me not sit down on my yard and say me not vote. If you not go vote, how she don't win? You hear the talk about she not see her. What you want to see the woman for? You don't need to see her more than you get your light and your water. I'm done at Hanover right now. Majority of the PMP pick them and them the palm part. When I check the hospital, PMP sit down up there, they get aid. You see me? PMP get more benefit from labor right down here, sir. Let me tell you. Because Tamika look out for them too. She not only give labor right, she look out for them big time. And they must know
they must girl.
Yeah.
Honestly, we just have a belief that Tamika will win, but this is it. I mean, if when the election come, the results are different. But me just stand by that until that very day.
Dr. Chang need to come down here. Dr. Chang need to come tour Tamika.
Yeah, man, them are come do the right, man. Trust me. The right will be done.
Me can't say.
Get your support when the time come, man.
From here 18 me the vote. From here 18 me the vote. And all if me no get nothing. Me don't say me not get nothing from politics. Politician me not vote. You know better me you want to see Hanover. Look since other day Princess Hotel bill. You know how much people they work at Princess?
Hold on the JLP girl. Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. JLP girl, you hearing me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Well on the 1 minute, Joshua. Me I go and listen. Yeah, me run out. Cause me still not see them. Me left far up, so I know.
Yeah, man. No problem.
But me just go and listen. That rain out fast.
All right. So here's what I'm suggesting. You said you're a runner, which is good, because we need as many workers as possible. What I'm asking you to do is 2 things in the meantime.
Yeah.
Every time you get an opportunity to engage people about the good work that is being done, point out to the fact that the country is going in the right direction, not just projects within your constituency, but also within the country, wherein people's lives have been made better. The increase in the PATH program, the heart training programs, and all of these things, and encourage persons to, continue to have hope, because the country is moving in the right direction, and we can't trade uncertainty for uncertainty. That is what we're gonna do. All right.
Joseph.
Joshua, yes.
Man says Joshua. You remember say me just talk about that a while ago.
I don't remember. I kept moving from the phone. When we were on the other live?
Yeah, when we were on the other live, man, me talk about Hanover, man. When me tell you my daughter born at Hanover.
Yes, you were talking about that.
Yeah, JLP girl.
Yeah.
My daughter was born in Hanover, but I'm from Spanish Town. I'm from St. Catherine, right?
Oh, by the way,
mother still live in Hanover.
Sorry, beg a minute, Mito. Wealthy, you still haven't sent me the number yet, I'm still waiting.
I send it to you right now.
All right. God bless
All
you.
right. Well, listen to this. I know, JLP girl.
Yes.
You know one part of Hanover near Spring Mountain. That's when I left.
Yep, man.
When I left, me tell you, when I left Kingsdale and go up, Arton Court and them place there. You have one part up there near Spring Mountain.
Yeah.
You know there?
No, me living at the town, so me not really go up that side more.
If I like, you go back towards
the first time I come to Hanover, I up there some ago, because I have a cousin used to live up here. But my grandmother is originate from Kingsdale, Station Road. Okay. My grandmother is from Station Road.
Okay.
Well, I used to live in Spring Mountain, right? And when I went to Spring Mountain, like about 15, 16, let me age group there. Me never know say people used to live without light. I know when I go see people live without light. Zin? And when I go down there, people them in the orange, they code. And them when them say them nah vote against PNP. I'm frightened one time I see Ian years lose. Shocked. Because them say them nah PNP straight, then say PNP straight, them now vote for Labour right, no matter what. And I see them go down and go see them and live in some condition. I tell you say, yo, in a pretty. So I show you say the mentality where them have down there. Look what going over the bus park. Look over the bus park, look. Hey. Right now. And the municipality, they're right in front of the police station, they're right in front of it. Eh? And look over there.
May I tell you?
That is why you guys need to do videos. Take photos.
Oh, but is a PNP do a video feed,
All right, so hear what I'm saying now. If the PNP can do that, you as a laborer, make sure that you video it and do a video talking about it and then post it and share it with all of us, make it go viral.
No, me can't do that, Joshua. I'm in Spanish Town, I live back in a Spanish Town. I live down there.
You must have friends down there who can video it and send it back to you, man.
Me soon start do the video. Any little thing me see me do a video. Anything they want do, then do. Because Jamaica mostly up in the country, Kingsville, Dias, Arton Court, Askinish, all of them places, they mostly should do the work then. You understand?
Yeah,
all them places there.
Even you have one part where up at Askinish, where the up the name again, so tell you. Where the school, them road are the bad. But up there labor rights still, Up
but
there
some
labor
part
rights.
up there right now a carpet. Some part a carpet. Do everything but some part a carpet.
Even Riley Road. When I go back to Riley Road, go see Riley Road. The whole of Riley Road almost fixed. You see me?
Yeah, man. Yeah. And who do it, Jamaica?
Me say, yo, when I go see, I can't believe this stats I see. Because the lady at work.
Little before Mr. Eddie lose. You know Johnstown Bar Lane. Mr. Eddie fixed that road and he still lose on there.
Yeah.
Little before he lose.
But you talk about that. Remember say Harris Chan, you know. When me go down there, you know, they might tell me about Harris Chan. Say Harris Chan, they were good. Would that be a good MP, but they
Lose,
just vote
out
in
of the
him.
best town right now.
Yeah. We go down, they go hear that, say they don't vote for the man and the man do good for them.
And that me I tell you. I look for the left, for me, he lose when me at 18 and me at 61 now. And he go a Mobi and he never left Mobi. Never lose. Okay. So, when time Dr. Chang, a MP, you can go in a bedroom, go sit down with him and in bed and tell him your problem. And the Hanover people and vote him out. And from Dr. Chang bill, Bigwell, nothing has done to Bigwell. Nothing has done.
JLP girl, beg a minute there.
Yeah.
Connecting the dots. Good afternoon. How are you, sir? Connecting the dots.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Can you hear me?
We're hearing
Yes,
you.
sir. We are hearing you. You know,
Yeah, man. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, mate.
Yes, sir. You know, welcome, man. What is your input for today?
Well, it's good to be on as usual and this noble group. And I want to, there's a nice background here. There's a nice, I don't function to win it.
JLP girl, I think it's your background. Just mute it.
All right, you can't take me down. I will just go and listen.
All right. So, JLP girl, before you move, I want to commend you. I want to commend you and the other lady who spoke before you.
Okay.
That you are standing up for your party and standing up for what is right, what is true, what is just, and what is honorable and what is a good report. Keep standing for a government that delivers.
That is doing good. Yeah, man. Me love and Joe bad.
All right, so
when me couldn't see him Tuesday, me still go over Palladium, go put up my finger when he go in.
Yes,
JP girl, you know, I ask you something while on the connection. The man where they have the bar, where they ride, say, you see, as you enter up on the one way, not up on the police station side, the next side of the supermarket, then the pan. Him have a bar right there, so him pass off. The man there was a strong PMP, man.
Him pass off years. That's a cap.
No, but you know when I ask, I say, is it basically like say him son depend for his side now?
I can't, me not really know because his son no live at Jamaica.
Could have seen me pass and see him in that green one time when I come along there.
Him not switch until me tell.
Okay.
All right. Let us hear from.
All right, let me walk.
Yeah. All right, take me down.
Just press the back arrow. It will take you out and ask if you want to confirm it. Press the back arrow on your phone. It will ask if you want to confirm it. You'll see a white window come up, and
there's an X. There's an X to the right at the top of the screen.
Right, it looks like it should drop out.
Press on the X.
Look like it should drop out.
All right, yeah, man. All right, yeah, man. A lot has been said since morning, and one of the takeaway that I have is that there is need for some of our MPs to learn some PR skills. We can't downplay that. At the same time, we should educate the people to look at the work that the MP is doing. You know, in 2020, I'm in Central St. James. Ira Clark is my MP. And in 2020, I go to a lady on the street that I live, and I was canvassing, and I said to her, what time must pick you up tomorrow morning? And I looked at the lady, you know, and she said to me, is a support, I know? She said to me, why am I not voting? I said, why? Why not? She said, the MP said the road are going to fix, and the road not fix. I live on the road, you know. The MP was holding, the man fixed 26 road in my first term, you know. 26. But the road really want to fix. And she said, but until we said the road are going to fix. And going to fix. So I said to her, didn't you hear that the contract has been awarded, the money is ready, and the election called, so therefore they had to stop the work because it will look like a vote buying. So all work has to stop now. She said, Mr. So the road no fix. So I said to her, all right, you know how much road I'm fixing in the first term? She said, no. I said, you know that I fix a lot of roads. So she said, yes, but our road no fix. So I said to her, I said, but the MP before him never fixed none. He fixed 26. So he's most likely to fix our road. You know, so the long and short of it is that MP won and the road fixed within 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe 2 weeks after the election, the road started fixed. And the road fixed from 2020 after election. So I'm just saying this to show some supporters and some Jamaicans. I think supporters alone, but Jamaicans. So look here. If you don't get no water yet, but other people get water, what that is saying to you, what that should be saying to you, is that you soon get water. Because this government is in the process of, I don't know how it decades. This government is right now on the brink of fixing some roads. We're not fixed from the make. In fact, they have already started some roads. I see some roads now, East and Westmoreland, where Danny Lawrence are fixed. One woman says she lived there 60 years and the road never fixed yet. 60 years. It is being fixed now. So it doesn't make sense. And neighboring community, bad mind that community, I said, we're not getting a road. Just wait. Just keep the MP in power and wait, and your road is coming. You know? One another thing that I think we should deliberate.
The internet drop out.
Somebody come in and look like the internet bad.
Your internet gone. Philippines welcome one gone.
And some more.
Hi.
Is the successes that are being made as regards doing up and serious crimes, including murders. Because some persons are still wondering if
What happened to your Wi-Fi? Going on well?
you're not hearing me. Not hearing me.
No, your internet giving.
Hearing now.
Can you hear me now?
Like that, come on and say nothing. What gone?
You know, look at me alone, man. I don't know what it is.
Greetings, manners and respect. Connecting now, work.
Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me now?
Connected. You know, work good.
No, your connection now work.
Oh man, and him did go on so good.
Yeah, man, like him a drive, I don't know.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, well,
yeah, man, I'm
right here.
fairly.
Connected. All right, while him go on fix
you
the
hearing me now? You
connection.
hearing me now? Can
Yeah,
you
go on now. Go ahead. No, it now work. It now work connected.
He's on 1 bar, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 bar.
I just want to make sure I'm coming through clearly. All right.
Thanks, Kiz.
All right, take care, Kizzy. Oh, thank you. Big up yourself, Kizzy.
How are you doing, my friend?
Greetings. How are you?
I'm
good.
hearing you clearly. I don't know what is going on.
Continue, Mr. Continue.
Right, now work home.
Work out Philippines.
So what I was gonna say, I wanted to say from morning, I've been seeing the polls in Hanover. I must say, I am not entirely 100% surprised, and I'll tell you why I say that. You see, one thing we need to understand with PMP, no matter what is given to them, they will still be PNP, and they
Thank
will
you. Thank
always
you.
vote PNP. And this
Thank
is
you.
why I get very disgruntled with labor rights. Will come and say, I'm a labor right, but the MP now
Right.
do this and MP now do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I tell a man to vote for his own destruction. But you must understand what game we have here, what's going on. All right, we look at the numbers. And these polls, if I was the party, JLP, if I was in charge of the party, I would tell the party to go into Hanover and do some serious polling, some serious data analysis work. Just try and analyze and
So where
understand
the
why
problem is.
the people feel that way. Because
Yeah.
my theory is this, right? The party is not very popular amongst the older generation, and I know why. It's a manual generation. Okay. Now, my theory is the population of Hanover is an aging population.
Guy, top
Right?
up the screen. Top up the screen.
The party is also not very popular amongst the people that are not very literate. And I don't want to say that too loud because people will say, well, I look down at them because of lack of education. But it's not that. It's just the reality. And so the party really needs to go in and do some serious data search and see what's the data saying? Why are we not performing amongst that particular age group, that generation? Why? Because we can easily say it's manly, but there must be something else. You understand? What are we not doing that we should be doing? And what's going on in Hanover? We can't say, them not ambition and all of that, but it has to be. There has to be an answer, and we need to find it. That's what I've been trying to say.
You know, we can say that the PNP target people or exploit people from a particular socio-economic background. Yeah, can't
True,
just
but
dress
we
it
don't
up.
want to say that because we don't
Dress
want
it
them.
up.
We don't
No,
want them
them not
saying.
going. Them
No,
dress
because
it
them
up,
say we
but
look
they
down at
do.
them.
They do. No, we're saying that the PNP exploit people from a particular socio-economic background. That's what they do. They also exploit.
I'll tell you why I'm saying that. Because I'm speaking from experience. During when I was looking at the data for the Brexit referendum, you all would have heard of the vote for the UK to leave the European Union. I looked at the data, and the data said that people without a university degree or people where same people that you would say typically vote PNP, they voted to leave the European Union. When we look at the data and the data said that to us, you know what they turn around and say? Oh, so you're telling us that we're not very educated. So you are the establishment and you're telling us what's good for us instead of us deciding our future. That's why I'll be careful to say that out too loud. But still, it's the reality. It's what the data said. The numbers don't lie. You can always rely on your feelings, but the numbers don't lie. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
But
Also, I want to say this publicly because someone called me this morning and they were asking about, they have a family member that has a mental disability, and they said that every time an election comes around, the PNP always come for them and carry them away to vote, right? And I am going to tell people here that is listening now, if you have a family member, do not allow PNP to come and take that person out the house. You can go, this is what I'm talking about. You can go to the polls with your family member. So if they have a physical or mental disability, you know their voter intent. So you can vote on their behalf. Okay? Do not allow the orange people them to come and take out your people then.
Yeah,
Don't allow it to happen.
But
I want to come back on here now.
Yeah, man, go ahead. You sound much better.
All right, thank you. I had to jump off a little bit and re-enter. Yes. I think what was Philippian was onto something before Mr. Dark Knight intervened. But I'm looking at this situation down in Hanover. And that is why I asked the question earlier in the chat. Which party had the council before the election last year? It is clear, based upon the allegations that are out there now, and I'm being reminded that there are allegations which are under investigation, so I can't say too much about them. But it is obvious from what we know of the criminal organization that they are using paper other than the ballot to win elections. They are using paper other than the ballot. You need to get where I'm at now because I can't go into specifics. They are using paper apart from the ballot to win election. And let me justify this.
Paper that carries a value you're talking?
That very paper. That very paper.
Okay.
That's one. It's not parchment paper.
Right.
If you look at their constituencies that they have held for decades, including the parish of Hanover, Westmoreland, Central St. Mary, St. Anne Southeast, Southern St. James, Chilani, Northern, and some others. Even the ones that they are still holding now, look at them. But they keep winning them for upwards of 30 odd consecutive years. I mean, they are in some of those constituencies continuously from 1989 right until today. But look at the constituencies themselves, how they are underrepresented. It's obvious that something else is at play apart from the ballot itself. And so I am looking at the parish of Hanover, and it begs the question as to whether or not that paper is at play in the parish of Hanover.
But what the solution do? You can't just come with a solution. You know?
I can put forward a suggestion.
Yes, go ahead, Joshua.
That you plant people among them.
Eh?
You plant people among them. As a detective, as a former detective, you know about planting people. So you plant people among them.
We call them agent provocateur.
Right.
Agent provocateur.
Actually, can I ask a question connecting? As a former detective, can I ask you a question, please? And I've been trying to find the answer to this question, but I'm not able to find out. Is it actually illegal to, do that paper thing? Is it written in law? Is it illegal?
Man. Yes, it's a crime.
So it's written in.
Yes, definitely.
So how come it just happens so? Willingly.
Unless you have proof.
Yes,
then you have nothing. As in any crime that is committed, you cannot prosecute without proof.
Right.
Without the evidence. Without the evidence.
Well, you can prove. Yes, okay.
And the person will benefit from the paper.
Thanks for
confirming to come forward.
Yes.
Okay.
So it will be difficult because those persons will have to be working with law enforcement to make a case.
Right.
And that is why they're unlikely to do so.
And that is why sometimes what you do sometimes is get into the ears of some of the very people who benefit from it and say, listen, here is what you're going to benefit from. Here is how you will benefit. And of course, you can't use money, because if you use money, then you would be just as guilty as the other side. You have to find another thing to trade off, something that they figure that, okay, this will work to my benefit at the end of the day. It's like a man who is convicted of a crime. Let's say both of you went on robbery for argument's sake. But the judge says, I'm going to give you 40 years because in the process of committing the robbery, somebody went out of this world prematurely. And you look at your life in front of you and you say, 40 years? I am 30 now, so if it's 40, it means that me now come out back till 70. And I will not be eligible for parole until 30. Which means that it's 60 before me even look at parole, and it no means say, I'm going to get through. But the judge said to you, say, all right, the prosecutor said to you, say, here what happened. If you tell me who else was there with you, I can chop off 15 years after that for you.
Yes.
Yeah. That is how you show the benefit to participating. You talk more on that connecting the dots.
Yeah, man. It's called plea bargaining.
Plea bargain. Right.
Plea bargaining. Yeah? And that works very well in places like the US and other first world countries. But yes, we are getting there too, because we have had quite a bit of cases where the persons cooperate with the investigation and they get a lighter sentence, and that is usually the case. Yeah. But on that note, since you are on that, I'll just speak about something that I had in mind to speak about. We, especially on these platforms, have to, I'm in the habit now, and understandably because I have a strong law enforcement background. But the crime, the murder rate, the reduction in serious crimes, a lot of Jamaicans, both at home and in the diaspora, don't know that the murders are trending down rapidly in Jamaica. They don't know.
Wow.
So we need to be out there. And I can give you some numbers. Yes, I can give you some numbers. In 2020, that it could be significantly more than that, but the JCF did not have the capacity at the time to put the numbers together. I believe, based on what I was seeing, I was in the corporate here, I went on a murder scene. I went on multiple murder scenes, but I went on a murder scene in 1980 where 8 Jamaicans were killed in one place, including a 3-month-old baby. So that's a murder rate that Saga inherited in 1999. And when he left office in 1980, his last full year was 1988. The murder rate was 414. He slashed it by over 50%. The PMP came in, and by 1990, their first full year in office, the murders went up to past 500 for the first time since they left office in 1980. And that trajectory continued until the murder peaked at 1,674 in 2005 under PG and Peter Phillips as security minister. 1674. 2005, Jamaica was dubbed the murder capital of the world. Jamaica had the highest murder in the whole world.
Which party was in power in that time?
Which party? Their best minister, Peter Phillips, was the Minister of National Security.
I just wanted us to get the information out there.
Yes, man.
So that PNP don't walk around and tell lies.
Under the PNP, the murder rate quadrupled. More than 400% it went up by between when they took office in 1989 to 2005. Go Google it yourself. Don't listen to me. Go check it yourself. But listen now. When the JLP came in 2007, they inherited a high murder rate. But I know it was almost 900. We up there.
Right. I'm on the JCF website right now.
Right. So in 2015, the PNP last election 2016 February. So their last full year in office was 2015. The murder rate was 1192.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
They inherited a murder rate of 1125 in 2011. And when they gave back the country, it was 1192. And you could double check that for me. I'm speaking about memory now. I thought made me speak. Right?
Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me check. Sorry. You said, and what year did you say they gave it back?
He's on tea time, Joshua. Hold on.
Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna make a phone call and come back.
Go ahead. No, go ahead now.
Right. So we are now at 1139 last year. And like I said, like I keep saying, murders will be going below 1,000 this year. And that not happening in 22 years. That has not happened in 22 years. Last time murders went below 1,000 was 2003. Went to 975. What happened the following year? What happened the following year? It went up back to 1,400 and had 2004. By 2005, we had a murder rate of 1,674. So in 2 years, the 2 year period, 2004, 2005, we had 699 more Jamaicans being murdered over 2003. What has happened in the last 2 years? We have 365 more Jamaicans alive between 2023 and 2024 over 2022. But the good news, I left the best for last. The good news is that trajectory will continue and will never go back. Based upon what this government has done for national security, we'll never go back to this high murder rate of over 1,000. As a matter of fact, I haven't gotten it below.
No, man. You can't move it. You can't change 1,000 to 2,500 or something. You don't know how to change that. Is that 150?
Yeah, man. Sorry about that.
So two good news you need to share with us, though.
Yes.
So two good news you need to share with us that you have not shared since you have been on the live.
Talk to me.
The vehicle and the discovery.
Well, I was listening the discovery of the 60 guns with 5,000 assaulted rounds, and I actually did say congratulations to the JCF on that one.
Right.
You know, and the 274 brand new vehicles, including 90 motorcycles, and the reason for that, the 90 motorcycles is the fact that the areas are getting more populated with traffic, so they need these motorcycles to go through the streets easier. Jerry, respect.
Yeah, man, every time, man.
Yeah, man. So then they need the motorcycles. So they have 90 motorcycles. I think it's 50 SUV and some pickup, 100 and hard pickups. You know? So the stations now, comrades used to walk all over the place and pick out the police stations when I have no vehicle. You know, they might find 1 hour maximum, 2 at a time, because the vehicle's been an accident or the vehicle broke down. And they used to make a hell of a load of time. That is no longer the norm in Jamaica where a police station and no vehicle. That is the exception. That was the norm under the PNP. It was the norm for vehicles to drive and run out of petrol on the road. I used to drive them. It was the norm for us to drive them with tires bar like baby behind. It was the norm.
Mention about using your private vehicle to work.
Yes, I had to use my private car to respond to the people, because as a supervisor, I said to the officers I'm working with, I said, don't tell nobody. The first briefing I gave them, I said, don't tell nobody on the phone. Say we not no vehicle, or we not no gas in the vehicle. I said, anytime a report comes in, I am the supervisor, even if they're on the road, call me. I have a cell number I give them. I say, call me.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
We use the police vehicle.
Yeah, man. I called you, I think, yesterday.
Mute the Joshua. Mute.
When you leave. Not day before yesterday, you leave.
So
sometimes we think he mute, but mute.
No man, he mute now.
No,
So the situation, health, national security, we need to spend more time. A lot of people in Jamaica and in the diaspora don't know the amount of hospitals that this government is building. That we're building 4 brand new hospitals simultaneously one time. They don't know that this government has upgraded or built brand new 100 and had police stations. I used to be I'm a former executive also of the Police Federation. And during our visits, we also visit station, the police are dropped to the floor. Where don't have fall mud. When they see, you just have two waves. The police station was housed in a one building which the public health condemned, which the fire station was. And they moved the police in there. PMP moved the police inside. So it was Delano Franklin, his chief of staff, who met us downstairs there and begged us not to leave. Because so a press conference we call next. Because he was having a meeting with the private sector body, PSOJ, and we waited. We got some things, to be honest, we got some things out of it. Because he realized that we were serious. We weren't there representing a political party, we were there representing our members. As I would have seen some of these former chairman, at least one former chairman had done, representing a political party. Nastiness. So, but you know what happened? We introduced the concept of the armored personnel carrier for the force. And they did buy some. But within weeks after they were bought, they were breaking down on the road, popped down on the road, the armored personnel carriers. Because I really learned afterwards that there were some used ones that they bought from, say, guardsman or marksman, whichever one of them, that were parked in the Grand Spin area at a garage. And then just get them and paint them up black and dash them to the police force. And they started packed down weeks after then we get them, because the guardsman realized.
Imagine the amount of money where them spend this.
Yeah, because I run with it, I usually run with it something, Every opportunity they get to run with it and run with it. So when they come tell us, and that is why I am saying to the people in Hanover that you have enough achievements, not only in the parish of Hanover, but nationally, to showcase on behalf of this government. This government is not short on achievements. For us to go out there and market to people and show people why they should continue with this government in office. This government is not short on achievements in the health, agriculture, national security, education, social services, infrastructure, and everything else that we can go there and show the public, or the people in our little area. I can speak up right top of my head why I want this government to continue. And I can also speak up at the top of my head why I would not want to see the light of day with the next one. I don't want to see them back in this place. Based upon
I can't even imagine. I can't think about it.
You understand me? But I don't want to see them back, and for very good reasons. I don't want to see them back.
Here. So true.
You understand me? So the people who are in Hanover and elsewhere, who are crying about you're not seeing the MP, don't make nobody carry on paper come give you. Take the paper, whatever paper they give you, take it and go vote for the Andrew Willis get the third term. Because, Jamaica Jamaica would be years better off with this government continuing. Wholly better off with this government continuing. That will bring. And the next thing too, the Hanover and them, who might be listening and who might want to share information. It is clear that all is gone with the third term. There are no two ways about that. That is a done deal. That's a done deal.
Yeah, but we still have to go vote.
You don't want to put in a PMP MP in a few place who now represent you. So take the paper with you and go in the booth and go do what you have to do. Take the paper and do it until no nonsense about no polygraph and no lie detector test. And nonsense that foolish is that. They want to
but connecting the dots.
Eh?
Connecting the dots. I'm not saying that people not to voice their concern or speak about what they want. But not only Hanover, I'm not speaking on to Hanover. But you know what I realize? The people sit down on the PMP government for years and them not say anything. And as
don't complain about nothing.
JLP, as the JLP MP them come in, they want them to do everything in a one term, and it can't work.
That's not fair. That's not fair to the MP.
It is not fair to them. And them sit down under them for 40 years, 50 years, and nothing done. And they want the JLP MP them to do everything in a one term. It can't work because them can't. In a Hanover alone, have got to take a couple of years well to fix.
Not only Hanover. I mean, I went up to Children in Northern October the year 2020. Can I tell you something? I'm afraid of the place you road, but I'm actually carrying a man. The road and the amount of work that Tova Hamilton has done in that constituency since 2020. I tell you something, somebody made the point earlier, no? That the MPs who won 2020 for the first time, the JLP MPs, it's an abbreviated.
Yeah, man, it's a good time. Yeah. Triple dip, so you doing?
Mute your mic.
Mute, triple, mute.
Yes, she mute. The person muted. Okay. Yes, man. The JLP MPs who won for the first time in 2020 got an abbreviated term because for roughly 2 years they were under the COVID pandemic and lockdown and all kind of something. So and they jumped out there after the lockdown was lifted and the restrictions were lifted, and they are working their backs off. And the next thing I want to say, a very important thing, is that the incumbent MP especially in government, the incumbent MPs, especially those who are ministers, they are at a big disadvantage, While the PMP caretakers are
still there 30,000. Tap up the screen, man. Tap the screen.
While the PMP caretaker candidates have all the time in the world for going to make me see and tell you lie. Right? The PMP is working. Yes, they have all the time in the world
to go around gospel propaganda. It's true.
But we should look at their performance. We should look at Mark, remember this now. Remember this. 2016. The PNP.
Sorry for cut you.
Come on, go ahead.
One of them lies blogger told the lie wicked. Them have fear cuss him and I say, to we lie wicked in can't continue with it no more. Them have fear turn upon him. Let me pray, hear him.
A nationwide push that. Nationwide push that. You Richards are corrupt, bad-minded. Yeah, hold on. No, because him feel like him the pan labor right program and argue with him this. Hold on. No, nobody unmute the mic. Right? This thing is going down the wrong direction, and we need to stop it and cut it now. Right? We cannot be here. Something want to spread one message, and we are there attacking. This does not.
Are you Richard? You don't know you Richard liar. You Richard have to tell them so no man and I say go and then turn pan.
Well, you Richard, you know, I would have a live and put him on there because he's very disruptive. Well, he's very light. Very light and very disruptive. And
The man caution.
Yeah, man caution, try to talk over you and try to raise them voice.
True.
And try to talk down to you and talk over you. Tell if chef, spread them lies.
People,
I would
you guys say something?
Close to one. You Richard and caution.
You guys say something?
Yes, man.
Me a stroll a while ago, you know, and woke up and them attack.
You finished?
Matter, we're not hearing you. Me too. We're not
I
hearing
know, say you Richard. You hear me now?
Hello?
Yes, you're on the road.
Current,
you're coming in and out.
Yeah, me on the road.
Okay.
All right, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, me say, me a stroll before me come on this live. See? And me hear you Richard admit. Say, anytime Caution have a live, or any one of them have a live, and as soon as a JLP person come on, if there was 40 listener or 50 listener, it gone up to 200 and 300. And that me hear him, I tell them a while ago. You Richard, I tell them a while ago.
Okay.
But then like, them like,
man, there's a point that
well, I hear one of them. Hear one of them right now. Thousands of people are listening to the For You pages. Thousands of people are listening to the For You pages. That's what one of them is saying.
So why they not coming there?
It take a man to admit that. Because I say people like the discussions and people like the debate. So when they debate, people can choose what is right or wrong. But he must say them right still, you know. That I usually try to say them right, you know. I'm there for about 5 minutes and listen to him and say, you know. Him just catch me attraction and he must say, boy, as soon as somebody from the JLP part come up, he must say, the chat turn 300 and 200. Yeah.
Me tell Labour right last time, me did the fan live with Holy Powder. Me tell shop them say, you know, I send to the go on one live with under 100 people. And just like build up that platform.
Again, try me now. Good afternoon, not morning.
Yeah, man, how you doing?
Yeah, because if they argue with them still in politics, they argue with them, you know, because like them I say, them not for go on a JLP live, the PMP not for go on a JLP live. You see? So
right,
if you were just say anytime if yeah.
Well, I meant to
hear you now.
Start out the internet, bro. Go ahead.
All right, I can chime in now.
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Yes.
First of all, good afternoon, almost afternoon here now. So, I was listening to the results of the poll yesterday, and one of the seats I hear people kind of get overly concerned about, which I think we should be somewhat concerned, but not excessively concerned about, is Southeast St. Elizabeth. So I took the liberty to go through the numbers from 2002 to 2016. I guess all of we know what the numbers are like in 2020. But I just say this to say that, you see that seat is a battleground seat. So when you hear that it a shift one way, like say look like PNP, me when it and Lord, we head a get back fire, we must matter wait from that. We mother get yourself too concerned about that. All you have to be done is on the day of election, from the have your proper machinery in place, you will win. I want carry go to 2002, you see, and give the numbers. And I must also say it's like a family-oriented seat because Lenworth Blake and Frank with our two cousins, you know, they basically live across the street from each other, if you know the constituency. That being said, in 2002, right? The the numbers were Lendwork Blake 1, 7,507 to 7,425 to Frank Witter. See, close seat. Moving to 2007, whenever time there's a shift to the JLP, we always win. We don't run away with it, but we still win it. In 2007, when Frank won it, he got 9,064 to the PNP 8,520. And that was when Norman Hahn ran in that seat and whole heap of money run down the whole heap of promises make and all them something there. That means that it should say it's a close election. So make we move to 2011. When the pendulum kind of shift a little way away from the JLP again, that was when Richard Parchment won it. Richard Parchment got 9,902 to the aim with 8,932. That if you look on the margin,
that again there.
2011, 9,902. That are Parchment to Frank with 8,932 vote. If you look at it in comparison to the previous election, the PNP would have gotten like about 1,400 more. Call it 1,400 as a rounded figure more votes in 2011 as against the JLP, who only got like another 412 more votes. So you see there and then the momentum was more with the PNP in 2011 then. So them win it heavy, right? So come we go to 2016 now. Parchment and Frank ran again. Basically, Parchment lost numbers. Because Parchment got 9,018. Frank got 9,223. You see, so you see, it's a kind of like a marginal seat, so you can swing either way, depending on where the pendulum is shifting in the country. That is where it will go, and they have the proper organization.
Make a bet before you go to that. That's the one.
We're not go 2020, because we will know how that.
That's the one I see.
Which seat is this? Frank Witter seat?
Yes, Frank Witter seat.
Put money if I was
is southeast or southwest?
That is southeast, right?
If I was betting,
okay,
would I put a big money so Frank will win comfortably?
So I said this to say
Frank
that.
will win him
I said this to say that. Say yes. The thing about it, what we must be happy for is not like the PNP are leading by say between 6 and 7% in that seat. It is right where it need to be. So you know what you need to do when the election.
It's a dead eat.
You understand?
It's tie. It's tie.
Right. So you see the numbers. The numbers over the years is basically marching along the line of how that seat actually stays or the fashion of that seat is. All right. Let me just go south. Let me go up Floyd Green, with So 2002, you had Danny Buchanan and Derek Sangster. PNP got 7,690, JLP got 7,573. And based upon what I heard from that time, you had some logistics issue. That's why we lost that seat. That being said, PNP winning. You understand? Now you see it's a close thing. When it came down to Dr. Tufton in 2007, he ran away with the seat. Guy got 9,899 to Stanley Red with 8,074. You understand? So that's something like 1,825, something like 1,825 more votes than the PNP. If you look at it coming down the line now, you have to see how it kind of tighten up. Then it came back down to say Tufton and my God, Buchanan ran again. This time Tufton lost numbers because Tufton got 9,440 to Buchanan 9,453. He got 13 more votes. In terms of net gain, Buchanan picked up like nearly 1,400 votes. Just around it, figure 1,400 votes in 2011. That fish said the pendulum was swinging against the JLP at the time. If you look over Frank, the same thing. The pendulum switch over spanning at the time. You see them win by 1,000 votes there. You understand? It was against the JLP. So back to 2016, I'm sorry. 95. If you look at the numbers, PNP fell off in 2016 in comparison to the number that they had in 2011 because they had 9,453 and and then in 2016 they got 8,095. So wherever the country is swaying, that's where that side goes. Yes, I know that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just telling you the more evenly contested election, how it shape and how it goes. You understand?
Yeah.
That one wasn't evenly contested in the
Yeah,
2 cents of
because
the world.
wherever
You know?
whosoever get those seats, always win the election,
Exactly. So I'm just saying that when the election is evenly contested, it more lean to the JLP more than that at the PNP. When you have a heavy swing away from one party, like in the case of 2011, when we had the heavy
Yeah.
swing away from the Jamaica Labour
Yeah.
Party, the PNP run away with it. You understand what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So I'm just saying that we're not to be alarmist when we see these numbers.
There's no every city. We're gonna take them, man. We're gonna take them to
And in
Frank with
closing,
hello. I want him to know with
I want you
Frank
this.
with and
Let me
fly
just say this.
green.
Hold on, let me just say this. I want to say this. None of us must
Mhm.
take a win already attitude in this election.
No. We
Right
have to
now,
work.
we still have work to do, and we must
Yes.
make sure so we press the gas. Run the
Yes,
100 meters until your bus it take. Nobody eats up like bolt and knock your chest. Run through the
It's in
tape.
other words, we don't
don't
get
stop.
complacent.
Over to your host.
Yes.
Over to your host.
We don't it look like him on a call. We don't get complacent
All right.
because just
Let
there's
me say
nothing
this.
to
Is it,
complacent.
there that strategy that the PNP them is using. Them what them do now is pay the people them the money and tell them that they're not to leave them home. So that is why enough time they don't come for vote. So whenever time I see them not coming out to vote, I have to go and get them because that time they get paid for stay home. Right, because you see, if them go to the police station, them can guarantee say, well, them is going to get the vote. So that's why they make sure them not stay home. Make sure them stay home.
PMP right now we do anything because them catching a drowning man catch at a straw. So right now them not do anything to win. Them can't afford. Them can't afford to lose this
bulk of the
election.
St. Catherine municipality money done southeast they are spending.
That's why the money don't like them have it to do.
Yeah, that them to take the money them have them by the election them have that them do.
But I one thing I can tell you, we name silent. Yes, I one thing I can tell you, our prime minister is no idiot.
No man, I'm tell you something. Him is one of the. Him learn a whole lot.
Know how to win an election now. The mistake he make when he go tell the people them about bitter medicine, learn from that. And know to win an election. And we have don't have a
Noella, I wouldn't call that a mistake. That was truth. It better
yes,
on
it
the
is the truth.
And then people can say no.
Yes, and I agree. But some people don't. Hello.
The same thing happened to Sierra when
the people them you when the people them used to lie on the PNP,
but at the end of the day, people are gonna say at least we can say I'm a liar. Then they tell me see so you go.
No, but PNP still a same a liar. PNP still a same a thief. So you see, at the end of the day, yes, him said the truth, and I agree, and I accept that truth. But what I'm saying, we this country run while PNP lie to wait the people. Them when them hear lie, them grab it. They run with it more than the truth.
And the next thing you say, I'm going to say something. You say whenever time the JLP then go on a mutual live with you, Richard, and don't make him get control of the people them live because him a boss how any live him go on. Him a boss how him have to control it. So that is why I'm
unless politics and sports can make you Richard come control them live.
No, not their life. No, what I say whenever time them go on a person who is running a live because you have a whole lot of people come up and running live now, and what them do them go on it with the JLP them and them and try to control it, and that's why I'm a boss any live go on it. I'm have to control it. Like come here.
And any live me go on any.
Oh man.
Yeah, me know
So no labor right line, me no go panic. And these people want to hear us talk about their neutral. No neutral people in Jamaica. None.
No, it's not
They
Jamaican.
are on a
No, one
side.
of them. You said that lady,
So true. I mean, the PMP are labor right. Same so.
and a Jamaica, she really, and I was listening to the live, and trust me, he was on it at about it.
That's all about their neutral, them a PMP. Me not
No,
trust them.
he was saying
Nobody
that
have PMP and a hide them content.
he is the only PMP on the live and about 5 labor right on the live. That's why he made upon it and go on in the motion
Listen
and
to
a
me.
disrespect.
Let me tell you something. You not even no pay you Richards and Caution them no mind no. Cause you see them, they not no substance. Them not have no depth.
No,
Them not have nothing to contribute.
that is
They
why
not
they
know
try
to
to
tell
cast
people
chaos
because them
when
in a
them go on a
confusion
live.
more than anything else. You see them a do lives and money them a try to make. Them not gain no traction. Right now, nobody now look on them and them see the poll tell them. Nobody know either
But
them. The people them go on
no time when
Andrew want vote
when they
for.
on the live, you know that you said how much of them on the live are just a little bit of them on the live, you know, and them not get no traction.
They don't know neutral.
Glad for when they
Anytime I hear they come about their neutral, me know say them a PMP and that style. I mean, no like
yes, it's true.
Hey,
Listen to me. It's only when
I don't know see me no man. You see like all this election area. Me tribal and me haunted. Me love tell them about their mama. So you know, me have no patience for them. But neutral. No neutrals not in Jamaica. Not one.
Why we PMP them go and they make you get arrogant at times to
Not
them.
here yet.
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Yes, we connected to that. Yes.
Yeah, man. Here's a. All right, do that right there.
Can somebody mute their mic?
Yeah, man. Thank you. All right. They have a number of strategies that they use. You know. Sometimes they come and say, "Why me vote for Andrew this 2020? You know what? Now vote him again." I come with that.
See him so. See him so. It's true. It's true.
Me never vote yet. So they have all different kind of strategies out there that they're using. But
yeah, me not JLP now, me not PMP because me just a Jamaican. So when they start to talk, you hear them start to take side for the PMP.
Excuse me. When you're in the box, you can't allow one person to speak at a time, mute your mic because it sounds noisy when I'm in the comment and listening. So you can't just mute your mic and allow one person and then they get to hear from the other persons who are here. I've never seen Tanisa or General Keith. I've never seen them before. Could you allow them also to come in?
Yes, but I was making a point, and it has to be done orderly,
Okay,
right?
go ahead, Mr. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Noel.
The point is that we should not get panic so easily. Some of us get panicky quite easily. The polls come out, and the polls are in favor of the Labour Party winning. The blue dot poll I'm talking about. I'm not talking about no other poll. I'm talking about the blue dot poll. It is overwhelmingly in favor of a third term. But there are some challenges based upon the poll in Hanover. We should not panic. We have work to do in Hanover. And we still have a very good team. The Prime Minister has a popularity that has never been enjoyed by no other political leader in Jamaica before. And let me explain that. It is said that Michael Manley was probably the most popular leader. And to some extent, Portia seems similar too. But at no time, coming on the brink of a third term, their leaders, no other leader on both sides, had the popularity that Andrew Hollis has now. So apart from the MPs who are working hard, and some of whom, like I said before, need to learn a little PR skill, because politics is about public relations, you know, man. The political part of the work has to be done. So those MPs who are behind with their campaigning, they're doing the MP work. Because as far as I'm concerned, I can't pick out an MP now who are say lazy. Some work harder than some, but all of them work. Right? So, but they need to learn the political part of the work because that is what keeps you in office. I always say that I want them to take a little leaf out of Shiny Robinson book. You know, Shiny, I met Shiny when I went back to Ucherius in 2003. And can I tell you something? A lot of people don't even remember now that Centre and Northeast was a PMP fortress before Shiny Robinson. It is now a JLP fortress. Shiny transformed it. And it's because of her PR skills. She never had the resources because when she became MP, you know, the PMP was in power. She became MP 2001 and the JLP lost the election 2002. So she was MP for yet another 5 years before the JLP took over government in 2007. Right? And she lost again in 2011. Well, the government lost, but she still won. And Shiny would be at every funeral, every graduation, every old pan knock, every night and dead yard. I see her there. Everywhere you turn. I used to go to graduation and she said, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go to another graduation. And every graduation she goes. But she understood the PR part of the work. And she helped a lot of people too. She helped a lot of comrades. I know laborers don't like, well, PMP don't like when them party help the opponent. But Shiny, that is what cemented Shiny up in Centre Northeast. The supporter in the back there. And she said, Mr. Morgan, me hide and give them. Me hide, me have to help people because it's a part of my DNA. And as a result, she get a whole heap of comrades, and I know those comrades, those former comrades are now supporting the Labour Party because of Shiny Robinson. So I don't believe that we should encuss them and disrespect them and run them away. Suppose we cuss and run away Venetia and what's she name? Sharon A. Webster and Carrie Douglas. And the two councillors in Westmoreland. The two PMP councillors and JLP councillors. They might cuss you know. And sometimes it's hard enough to cuss them. I'm going to be very frank with you. Some of them come with the angel cuss. Take it from me. Because some of them discussing bad enough. And they lie. I find that they don't like truth. As a result, they never let me one time in Panama life. Not even one time they never let me in Panama life. They block, as me make one comment and block me. Because they realize that I know a lot. And they can't give me no chance to educate the people and tell the people the truth and the base of the truth. Because, you know, when you speak, you know, some persons are actually jumping on the internet to double check the information that you give. And I try to give as accurate an information as possible. I don't lie to suit the party that I support. No, I can't do that. I have to speak. And there's a lot of truth for us to share and to edify people. I don't have the energy to go cost them. My energy is to go put people on the voters list, talk to people about the Labour Party, and to expose the failures of the PNP. I don't have the energy to go cost them. I spend that energy educating people and putting the facts out there so people can get it. Again, I want to say to us, we need to know what is happening with the crime rate in Jamaica. Because a lot of persons don't know that murders are significantly down this year over last year over 2023, and 2023 over 2022. And we have gotten to a stage now in Jamaica because of what the government has done to build capacity in the police force and to create a better country and to create better health service and to create employment for people who aren't working. It is now impacting on the crime rate, including murders. I'm going to repeat this. Murders are going below 1,000 in 2025. And then I was speaking out of the blue sky. I've been watching the numbers for years now. I've been looking at the numbers. And we are in a better position now with the national security apparatus than we have ever been at any time in the history of Jamaica because of the San Jones government. And we need to go there and market these things until the people get it and invite them to go look on the JCF website and assess the numbers. Go Google the murder rate and analyze it yourself. Mark, you know, it is a murder rate of 500 is still too high in Jamaica, you know. But coming from 1,680 down to 1,125 now and going under 1,000 to break that 22-year record. We are achieving, we are getting somewhere. And we see where the government is still spending and still recruiting. The police force has moved up from 6,000 in 2016 to about 15,000 now. And still counting. The numbers in the JDF has moved from over 4,000 to 9,000 plus and still counting. I mean, at no time since I joined the police force 45 or so years ago, maybe 46 years this year, I have ever seen any government on both sides ordered 1,000 police vehicles one time. Never in the history. This government has done that. And they're still ordering more, including 274 just this week. 274 brand new vehicles have been delivered to them. No wonder them have recovered 5,000 assaulted rounds and 60 firearms all over the place because of the investment that they have put in place and to block off the ports and to put more security in and to put in more CCTV and to spend money for more money for intelligence. That's a very important part, the intelligence gathering. That is why they're finding these things, because people are getting money now to give the information. So trust me, we can't have such a good thing and allow it to just go. And those persons who are supporters, I'll say to them, it's time to rise up. It's time to come back and get active. It's those who are not active, and I want to speak specifically now to those persons who we often refer to as the uncommitted. When you accept the status of being uncommitted, what are you saying? You are saying that you are not committed to the development of Jamaica. You are not committed to better health services and national security and education and agriculture and transportation, infrastructure and everything else. You are saying that you are not committed to your country. So I am encouraging persons now to begin to look for yourself. Don't listen to a voice like mine, because you might say, well, you have a bias because you're a Labourite. Yes, I'm a proud supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party. I was once a PMP too. I'm not afraid to say that. I once supported the People's National Party. But once I found out, I supported them because of my background, my parental background. They were strong comrades. And I grew up in that environment. But as soon as I began to think for myself, I said, no, but I can't support this thing. And 1980, 45 years ago, I made that turn. So I've never actually voted for the PNP because the first time I voted was 1980. And I voted for a man named Ryan Peralta, who went up against Michael Manley in East Central Kingston. That was the name of the constituency at the time. And from that day until now, I kept my eyes on both parties. You might not have the time like I have to do it. And again, my law enforcement background was very helpful because I was in the position to see a lot of things. So, unlike you who might be busy looking after your education, your kids, and your family, and your house, and your car, and whatever else, and your career development, the career that I served for decades allowed me to see clearly which one of these parties is suitable to go in this country. And the PNP has had a long run, I know I'm speaking a long time, but that's how information sharing is about. The PNP has had a long run. So God in his infinite wisdom knows what he's doing. God knows what he's doing. That is why I'm allowed the PNP to win for 18, almost 19 years straight. And then he come back and give them 4 more years. And then he say, no, I'm going to give you a Joshua. I'm going to give you a Joshua. I'm going to give you one of my servants to lead this country. And I really and truly want to commend Andrew Michael Owens, this young boy. I call him young boy because I'm a big man for him. And to what he's trying to do for this country and the plans that I see him have in place for this Jamaica land we love. He's actually building out Jamaica in such a way that we can know. I personally am now seeing where he has in mind to transform Jamaica into a first world country. It is clear that is he might not say it, but that is in his thinking. That is what he's thinking. Based upon what I am seeing with the police force, the highways, the hospitals, the building up. Can you imagine the PMP dump street people in a mud lake down St. Elizabeth, and Andrew Owens have built shelters for them? The idea is to build a shelter in every parish capital. But these things take time, and the people have to just be more patient and start to think for themselves. There's an expression in a quotation. Either you think, or others have to think for you and take power from you. This was said by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Either you think or others have to think for you and take power from you. With that, I rest my case. Thank you for hearing. Everybody silent.
Well said. Well said. We could hear from Tenisa.
No, well, you get
the mic, get mute.
Yeah, man, most I might let me. No, well, where you get me that name from?
And you say this all of this happening at this meeting over Portmore what the councillor did to the woman that must not drop or forgotten about, you know.
Who you get this from? The box here.
Go on.
Pete, what you said, silent?
No, I say the incident that happened over Greater Portmore with the mayor, how we treat the women them. That must not be let down none at all. It must keep pushing out there because they might try to undermine the whole situation with the JLP, you know, and spread pure lie.
But I heard that it's under investigation. They said Leon Thompson, the police is investigating him because I heard that he shook down a lady. He assaulted two ladies. So I don't, and a man. So I don't know. That's what I heard. I wasn't there. But this morning, I think I heard Nathaniel was saying that they're investigating the case. So I don't know.
You know, they sweep it under the carpet. You don't know what is that because even the officer that was there with him, him could become and I have criticism to among the situation.
I heard that the superintendent did handle the situation well. It's like he was on the PMP side.
Yeah, man.
And I heard that the women them stand up though. I heard that the women them fight. My woman really a carry woman jewel this, you know. Woman really a carry him. Trust me. A woman a carry woman jewel.
Also the pastor was on the PMP side,
very clear. He was biased also. I don't know, they was classifying him as a PMP pastor. Can't say I wasn't there. This morning I was listening to the old saga of it.
The whole thing was streaming, was on live, it was live, you know. And I see the whole situation.
You know, I don't get to see it. I don't see that you know, I don't see it, you know. I don't see it at all. I forgot to ask somebody to send it to me.
It is on Infomedia on the YouTube. The video with it because I was watching it over again, and there was a whole lot of chaos in them.
In fairness, though, to the police force, we are seeing better days in the police force now.
Yeah.
And I see a genuine effort being made for the police to operate more professionally. For example, we used to have some political squads we used to go on the political road. The force now has been modernized, and a lot of things are put in place now to get the police to operate more professionally, especially since the advent of gadgets to record these events. That is one thing that we hold them to account. But in the past, you know, you realize that comrades stopped saying that there's never a crime plan. They stop saying that now, you know. Now, since my association with the police force, and like I said, you started in the late 70s, 1970s, I have never seen such a comprehensive anti-crime plan. Never in the history of the police force has such a comprehensive anti-crime plan as the one that was rolled out since I rolled it in the chat. And it is what is shaped now. And that is why we will have 3 consecutive years of decline in murders and about 5 to 6 consecutive years of decline in all categories of major crimes. And don't think when it go below 1,000, the next target will be 500. But the people have to understand what is happening around them and realize those persons who sit in their homes in the comfort and the privacy of their apartment and gated communities need to go to the poll and vote. And they have a reason now to vote. And at any other time that the election is independent. The people of this country has a reason to vote. Never before has any government taken such a powerful claim on a third term. That's never happened before. With a first, second, or third term, this government, by virtue of its performance, has taken a very strong claim on victory in the next election. And the people must go out. The persons are so uncommitted, you know, that then take the time off and unpatriotic, I think. They take the time off from their jobs. Leave their government job, leave their private sector job, and say them about vote. And then you go sleep. To me, because if I were going to vote, you know, I wouldn't take the time off and I just sit and do my work. But some of us are like that. Because we are not committed to anything at all, including the development of our own country. Or I look at this thing in a Brazil. I'm not doing this for me, you know. Because I'm a father, I'm a grandfather. I'm doing this for my children, my grandchildren, and even my great grandchildren and great grandchildren are born yet. I'm doing it for you and your children too. I'm not only doing it for myself. I'm doing it because I want a better Jamaica, I want a better country. And that is why I discontinued my support for the National Party 40 years ago. And I have never, I don't see one reason why I should talk about it, not even one. So for me, it will content support the National Party after 40 years. And I would have had the benefit of watching, observing the two of them for maybe 50 years or more. So when I speak, you know, I speak from a position of information and knowledge. And that is why I'm able to speak from memory about so many things, because I have been taking keen note, I've been taking keen attention to both of them. You know, and each time what happens, you have done it before, you know. Each time that the JLP comes in power, builds this country. It happened in 1972. Between 62 and 72, the Labour Party ran. And we had an economy growing as high as 18%, 18.1%, 11%, 5%. The economy was growing by. And the people put the country in a Michael man there. What happened when Michael in 1972? The country fell behind by 40. The economy for the 8 years that man is spending power. The economy was 40 times worse than how we got it. 40 times worse than how we got it. The people got desperate and put in the rest of it. And he built it back. By the time Edward Siaga spent 8 years in office, he was Minister of Finance and Prime Minister at the same time. Siaga worked to this extent that he built back the country, and it was only 20 times worse than how he got it. He did tremendous work, cut the deficit by 50%. And the people give up money to the country. People got Michael man, and then Michael got sick. When he was sick he was campaigning, the guy already breathing short. And he gave it to PJ in 1992, man. This is history. I think of all the prime ministers in Jamaica, PJ is the worst one. I honestly think so. Patterson is the worst one. Look what he did with the Prince experience. There was some massive investment companies. Mutual Life was one of them. Mutual Life was 150 years old in the 1990s. Mutual Life celebrated 150th anniversary in the 1990s. And can I tell you something? In fact, Mutual Life was the largest financial conglomerate in the entire Caribbean. PNP knock out that with their high interest rate policy. So people, I mean, understand. And I can't say it's because you are intellectually lazy, it's because you're not paying attention. It is so clear that this Orange Army is bad for the country. It's terrible for the country. Terrible. It can be worse. And now we have a government now which is fiscally prudent and responsible and has brought back the country to a level of financial stability to the extent that we can build a bridge and buy 100 bus one time, 100 more, and buy 1,000 police vehicles without borrowing no money or without taxing you. I mean, the budget presentations and Omar Davis, Peter Peters, and the rest of them was like a nightmare. It was a nightmare, brother. Just no wonder where the more tax next. And
A big swing, huge swing. Goes 9/11. So we have Buchanan and Tufton, but that is young Hugh Buchanan, Chris Tufton.
That's Danny's son.
Danny's son, right. That time Buchanan got 9,453 votes to Tufton's 9,440. You remember that one? He lost by 13 votes.
13?
Yes. So there and then, the PNP improved immensely in terms of the numbers there, where Tufton lost, because Tufton would have lost 459 votes in comparison to what he got in 2007. So the PNP immensely picked up votes there. So let me go to 2000. You were saying something? All right. Let me go to, okay.
I'm wanting you to now move to us. 16.
16. I'm not even going to go to 2020 because you know how that was. I just not even going to go there. But 2016, you had Floyd Green and Buchanan. Buchanan was a sitting MP then. Buchanan got 8,095 votes, which means he got 21 more votes than the last time. Floyd got 10,152 votes in 2016.
Yes.
So there and then you see the Labour Party numbers came out. If you look at the Labour Party, when the Labour Party wins that seat, there's a heavy shift towards the Labour Party. So in turn, it comes out into a win for the seat. When it is marginal, the PNP tends to win. If you look at the numbers, how the numbers are reading out here, you know. So I'm just saying this to say that if the JLP does its work in that,
let's deepen the analysis a little bit more. Rick Trigger.
Yes.
In 2002, the PNP won the election.
Yes.
And in 2007,
the JLP won.
That's the Bruce Golding victory.
The Bruce Golding years, right?
And in 2011, the PNP won.
Yes.
And then in 2016, the JLP
came back. The JLP won.
Based on the historical weather vane fact, did it hold in every single one of these elections?
Yes, there was weather vane hold in every one of the elections. But one of the things that I'm looking at more deeply, if you notice that whenever time the JLP wins, it don't win it closely, it win it heavily. You know what I mean?
Whenever the Labour Party wins the seat.
Yes, it wins it heavily. It is not like a 200, 300, 400. It wins it like over 1,000 plus. Guys, if you look at Chris's and Floyd's number,
they win over clear 1,000 votes each time. So there and then it just to show that the mood of the country then towards the Labour Party is huge. Even though when we lose it, we barely lose it. You know what I mean? We barely lose it. But I just think that if we have the hands on the ground that day with a stronger fight, we could have won both times. I'm just looking at hindsight is 2020 after you look at the numbers, you know.
Yes, man.
So we're saying that right now the JLP is where it needs to be, but must continue the work in that seat. Continue the work so that you can win it. That's just my humble opinion on it. I don't have deep analysis knowledge, so I'm just sharing this with you.
Yes, Scratchy?
I'm listening.
Yeah, I thought you had a comment on what
yes, I was just listening to the fact that what he's saying. He's pointed out what I was getting off it, that every time the JLP wins it, they win by a larger margin. Whenever the PNP win by a smaller margin. I was also analyzing that as well.
And I believe, Scratchy, I think the Labour Party supporters are upset with the party when the PNP win. Just look at the times when the PNP win.
Exactly.
In 2011, the people were upset with the party. So people don't really come vote. In 2002, with it kind of...
It seems like a seat that can be solidified into a Labour seat if the proper work and management is taken of the seat.
All right. I want to go over Frank because I'm on the job, so I'm just stealing a little time talking to you. I want to go over Frank and we're going to talk. In 2002, I know you're taking notes, right, host? You're taking notes, right?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, man. So we had Lenworth Breaker.
Those are the two weather vane seats they're talking about.
Yes.
Yes.
So you had Lenworth Break.
5%?
No, man, it's closer than that, man. It's 1%.
I believe it's 5% for Floyd and 1% for
1%, yeah, 5% for Floyd and
1% for Witter.
No, Witter. So I'm just saying, it is right at where it is. There isn't any surprises when it comes to Southeast St. Elizabeth, which is...
Give us the figures for
all right, so I'm starting from 2002 again, as I did before, right?
Yes.
Yeah, man. So you had two cousins running here in Lenworth, Blake and Frank are cousins, And if you know the history of that seat, it's a family-oriented seat. You understand? So them are cousins or brothers or whatever, if you go take deeper history, and one a PNP, one a JLP, so it go either way. So in the case of Lenworth, Blake in 2007 got 7,507 votes. Frank Witter got 7,425. And I must add the live across the road from each other. Amazing, eh? All right, you got that number? All right, 2007.
Please say it again.
2002, Lenworth Blake was the candidate and Frank Witter, right? Blake got 7,507. Frank Witter 7,425. And I'm not like the people who ball out numbers and can't tell you where's the source. This is from the ECJ website. So for those who want to fact check me, go over there, go look. All right, 2007, you had Norman Horn and Frank Witter, right? Frank Witter got 8,500. Horn, I'm sorry, got 8,520. Frank Witter 9,064. Right?
So Witter turned the table in 07.
Right, and if you look at the numbers, he picked up quite a momentum because when you say 9,064, a great improvement, like about 1,600 votes here, 1,600 votes here. So, yeah, man, 1,600 votes, 1,600 plus votes, more votes in 2007 than 2002, right? So we move on to 2011, right? We had Richard Parchment that time and Frank Witter. Richard Parchment 9,902, Frank Witter 8,932. Right? You see, that was when the ship was against the Jamaica Labour Party. You see, it basically wiped him out. You know what I mean? So moving to 2016, Frank Witter got 9,223 votes. To Richard Parchment, 9,018 votes. So you see, Frank, yes, Frank got some more votes, but Richard Parchment lost a lot because he lost like 890 something votes. In terms that he did not pick up back the numbers that he came up with in 2011. Because there and then that you see whenever time you had a shift against the Labour Party, you see the numbers show up in the result when it comes to the PNP winning heavy there. But that being said, right now where the Jamaica Labour Party is in that seat, it is where it needs to be. And why I say that? Because due to how close it is, the pendulum shift anyway, and from you get your army out there to work on election day, you will win. You will win. And
Trigger. The difference that I realize with this one though, Trigger, is that from 2002 to 2020, they have had one candidate in Frank Witter for the Jamaica Labour Party.
Yeah.
Frank Witter ran all of those elections compared to...
And the PNP changed every single time.
Yes, the PNP has changed every single time, but...
Yeah.
And the next thing too, I must add, even with Floyd's seat, this is the only time, 2016, 2020, that
2020 we have a repeat
back to back.
Yeah.
So my question now is, over these 8 years or 9 years, do you think that there is this election now will just let us know if they have solidified their spot in these two seats?
Absolutely.
Because it's the first that a candidate from either party has had this seat back-to-back elections.
Right. Like you notice, say always it has an ebb and flow, but it is just how the election results were as how you see them win. So
yeah, because if you notice, 2002 PNP, 2007 JLP, 2011 PNP, 2016 JLP, 2020 PNP for both seats, but that wasn't the case. So maybe this 8 or 9 years now that they have been in power. Let's see come in 2025 what we do.
Yeah. In terms of Frank, as far as I know, he has a A-class machinery unless the people upset with him, he won't come home.
Frank, I will give Frank should have a better standing in the seat because he has been a candidate in this seat from 2002. Yeah. How many years now that is? Frank should have made himself the man in that seat, I think.
Yeah. But then you know how voter sympathies are. If they are with the PNP, they're going to vote against it. And if they are with the JLP, they will vote JLP. So depending on where the voter sympathies are when an election is concerned, you know. So if, say, for example, it was leaning PNP, you don't know, say, boy, you're up against it. But when it's leaning JLP, you know, say it is in your favor. You know what I mean?
But Rig, the parish is a dead heat. 37. It has the other two seats in St. Elizabeth, the one with Slowly and Hutchinson.
Hutchinson would have called it a runaway on any given day. Here's my opinion. You see, anybody who win an election, when you see it in a 1993 as a JLP candidate, you must win every election after that on your own after that. Anybody who win 1993, and here's why I said that. That was one of the worst elections, one of the most corrupt elections Jamaica ever seen. Now, if you could have standard stand, you can win anytime. I think it was 97 that JC won. Even that one was a terrible one.
Come on, we tried.
In 1997 was when JC won. Yeah, that election too, corrupt election, wasn't clean or fair.
But
if you can't win the election, then you can't win anytime. That's all my opinion. Yes.
We have seen
Rig. What I was looking this morning at political strategizing and I'm recognizing that because the PNP now is behind, they are going to throw their weight into St. Elizabeth. Do you see that as a strategy?
Yes, that could be a strategy, you know. But here's
for the PNP right now, they are going to try and target those 4 seats in St. Elizabeth because if they are to, listen, it is clear that Westmoreland seems like it's not going to go back. So Manchester, St. Elizabeth has better look out.
Yeah.
You see where I'm at?
Yeah, I see where you're at. I see where you're at.
In other words, if you can't win, if you realize you can't win in St. Mary, St. Anne, Trelawney, well, that's close. St. James, you don't stand a chance over there. Then where you have to focus your efforts is St. Elizabeth, Manchester. That's 8 seats, you know.
Good afternoon, neighbor and family. How you do?
Good afternoon.
And of that 8 seats, only one the PNP have. Currently, of that 8 seats that you are mentioning, they only have Northwest Manchester.
But question though, neighbor.
But in terms of their projection, because elections are about strategizing, focusing your resources in areas where you know you stand a chance, and less so in areas where you don't stand a chance. You don't expect the PNP to go campaign in West Kingston.
But I must tell you this, where Manchester Central is concerned, Manchester Central is really a marginal seat and a good election day, you know. You just go back to St. Elizabeth, though. No, I just want to make this quick point and we go back to
Don't get to that, man. Let's go back.
Question though, neighbor.
Because I want to run, that's why I said that. You know, so go on. I'm on. Yeah. Go on, Scratchy. Yeah.
I was saying that with the Manchester, with the St. Elizabeth seat, the results of a dead heat and trigger we have seen where the Jamaica Labour Party has removed Mr. Hutchinson. Was the poll picking up some form of disgruntled in that constituency as well?
I don't know. But with a dead heat, in St. Elizabeth, I would have called Floyd and JC seat as the winning seat. As a layman. You understand? That's just my suggestion. JC and Floyd would have been the winning seat.
Because you say that Floyd is more safer than
you're saying not Western and Southwestern would be the two that they would carry.
Yes, that's my opinion. Okay, I could be wrong. You understand? Let me make that clear.
Yes.
Because Northeast St. Elizabeth, boy, I would have to see it happen on the day before I say yes. You understand? Northeast St. Elizabeth. I am slowly is a good MP and I hope he wins. You know, you can't take that from him. I hope he wins.
We're getting talk on the ground that Witter is more safer than Floyd. Is that so?
I don't know.
Floyd?
Yes, even though the poll show that Floyd have a 5% lead.
Wow.
Gentle people, I remember the first time I came on the program, Mr. Neighbor, and I was telling you that Westmoreland is not going back to the PNP because of what I know. St. Elizabeth is not going back. Manchester is a little sticky, but the JLP can hold. And then you ask me why would I come up with that when there are some indicators showing differently? And I was saying to you that even though we cannot consider too deeply 2020 in any stats, any data that we're going to present, because 2020 is part of the anomaly. But if you consider the strategy that the JLP is using, 2020 would have provided the JLP with the perfect opportunity to reset the political landscape in Jamaica. Now, what we're going to see emerge from this election coming up is that reset. St. Elizabeth is not going to go back to PNP.
Not even Northeast. Let me just ask you. Not even Northeast.
And I'm going to give you the reason why I said that. What a parish like St. Elizabeth, being a farming parish, needs is work. And those people, I've always said to my friends, without even understanding political science to a certain extent, rural constituencies, rural communities, all right, let us not say constituencies, rural parishes, the people in rural parishes are not like the people in urban parishes. In Kingston and St. Andrew, you can descend upon South St. Andrew, West Kingston anytime. And you just need to provide the resources for people to remain upbeat until election day. You talk about money. In rural communities, people need them farm roads. People need them ore and picker, and people need the fertilizer. Any political representative who is always willing to provide those will always be supported. And what the party has done, what Andrew Holness has done, we're not seeing it yet, but we'll be discussing it after the next election. Andrew Holness had put the heart of agriculture in St. Elizabeth.
No, St. Elizabeth itself is the food basket, even without.
Yeah, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. Who is the Minister of Agriculture?
Yeah, but we have not. But this is not the first protecting J. Tufton was the Minister of Agriculture when he lost his seat there.
It is different this time. When Tufton was the Minister of Agriculture, the country never have so much resources to be spending.
And the political climate was different. Yeah, people were upset with the party. That's another aspect.
Right, because there was not enough resources in the budget to spend. Flight Green, the programs, the billions of dollars of programs that you see Flight Green roll out, they are benefiting the farming belts right across Jamaica, but most importantly, in St. Elizabeth. Now, I know country people. Country people are going to support the political representatives that support them. The average farm road built in Jamaica since 2016 is over 55 per year. That never happened yet. A lot of places are getting farm roads. The provision of water, even though if it's just temporary water system that brings them through particular periods, it's working in St. Elizabeth. The problems we had in Jamaica, especially last year, wasn't so much drought, The problem was too much rain. I think it was twice in the year we had too many periods of rain. So if you talk to the people in St. Elizabeth, they will tell you that whilst it is not 100%, they are satisfied.
With all that you have said, look at Westmoreland. Westmoreland is the Labour Party is ahead there by 9 points. And you would say that historically Westmoreland votes PNP.
And I told you last week that you all of Westmoreland going back JLP and yourself. Really?
Yeah, man, I want you to explain to me, therefore, why has St. Elizabeth not moved further along JLP lines?
We have a neighbor. We have no government minister in Westmoreland. No government ministers in Westmoreland.
St. Elizabeth has always been competitive.
Competitive.
Yes. The entire parish, all the constituencies have always been competitive. So even though JC uses formula to always bring home his seat, the entire St. Elizabeth has always been competitive. Competitive enough.
I am suggesting projecting that in terms of political strategizing, strategy, realistically, for the PNP to win, they are going to have to focus a lot of effort in St. Elizabeth.
And the PNP does not have the resources to do that. They neither have the human resource and they neither have the money to do that.
Then they can move resources there.
All right.
They don't have the money.
Here's one of the things working in the JLP's favor and is working against the PNP. When Mark Golding took over the PNP, he alienated the foundation, some of the foundation people in the party who understand the politics and could who could galvanize internal support and move the party forward. The party is now being run by people who are not experienced in politics. The leader no experience, the general secretary no experience. The only person who have a little experience at the top because he got involved in representational politics, I think in the early 90s or late 80s, somewhere there is Peter Bunting. And so Peter Bunting does not have that kind of reassurance to be going too much out there in strategizing for other seats. Himself, I try to look at seat now. So he has to also be spending considerable amount of time in southern Manchester, South Manchester, trying to shore up the support that he wants there. So what you find out is the party is making its rounds through the country. if the party had experienced contributors to their campaign, the party would really be more competitive with the JLP. You know, JLP wouldn't be leading in 10 parishes and tying up in 4. The PMP would have been much further ahead because they have done enough work to really push them ahead. But what you see emerging is the inexperience. But also, from what I know, they are not getting the financial backing that a lot of people was expecting them to get. Politics is not just competitive because you have a one side projecting what they are going to do and that it makes sense, and the other side sit down and not do nothing. Money needs to be spent on the ground. I mean, not talk about if we go give people money put in them pocket. Politics takes money, and if we're honest enough, if you show up in our constituency for the whole day and you have people following behind you, you have to go cater for lunch. You know, somebody might take the day off and work. You have to go give somebody a little stipend for them pocket, whatever, however you work it out. It takes money. The people I see the PMP putting forward, even if them have a little bit of money, them don't have enough.
Guys,
so the party have a disadvantage.
Guys, sorry to interject. I'm just wondering, I know we want to be objective, but why are we worried about what PMP needs to do to be JLP? I know
the same thing that PMP needs to do to show up and see Churchill is the same thing JLP need to do.
No,
so if we talk about it across the board,
I understand.
All right,
I understand what you're saying, but it seems like we're emphasizing too much about what the PMP needs to do, really and truly.
Okay, that's true. Host and members on the panel, I got to go. Duty call. Big up yourself, host, and thank you.
All right, Rick Trigger.
All right.
Take care of yourself.
I want to ask you something, Churchill, and I want you to comment on this project in Jamaica. As I thought about the polls and prepare to come on the program today, I am of the view that if the PNP does not get rid of Dayton Campbell, they are going to be decimated. And I'm going to tell you why. This is not me giving them advice. This is us trying to provide our listeners with a context. I think Campbell energizes the base of the PNP. But, you know, you can't win with the base.
Because they still believe that their base is that big.
Yeah, they still, yes.
Let me just complete the thought. So there is a vast, a huge part of Jamaica, I think, that is turned off by the type of politics that they practice. And if you look at the uncommitted, they are breaking 2-1 for the Labour Party. And so if his combative approach is perceived to be too extreme, it can create division not only in the society, but within his own party. What impact do you think Dayton Campbell is having on the demise of the PNP? Churchill?
Personally, me not care what Dayton Campbell want to do, you know. I'm looking about how the JLP can strengthen their position right now. And I know that we have a budget to read, and we have in earnest a campaign to get going. So
you're not busy with it.
We're not really business with what Dayton want to do. I know he can't win. I think I'm in Eastern Westmoreland, and that's where he will be contesting Danny Lawrence. And we are gear up for him. You know, business what he want to do. I don't think they have a winning strategy.
You start off with the General Secretary neighbor. The truth is, if we're honest, The PNP need to change Mark Golding before they can have a chance. And the truth is also, when they change Mark Golding, other than Lisa Anna, when they run out of party, as I said before, they run out of like people them we have sense. The PNP is going to be in opposition until Andrew ready for retire at 65 or 70. And that's it.
That me know. For a very long time.
Wealthy, before you come on. I have been looking at this character, this gentleman, Wholeness. And I think that he is underestimated, you know. Is he the best we have had? Carl?
Yes.
Myself, in 2011, when Bruce Golding had to step down and he gave the part.
Right.
Hold on there. Let me, somebody pick that up. Give me a second.
Brett?
Yeah.
Wealthy.
So far, I think so.
In terms of experience and leadership for Jamaica, because I see something very special here, and I think the people of Jamaica they are responding positively to him. Outside of Edward Siaga, have you seen any other Jamaica Labour Party leader that is so well loved?
Neighbor.
Pause, Stuart. Go ahead.
While I can't, go ahead.
No, I don't know if you want to put before.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but no,
Mr.
but I make
Wealthy.
the point that. Hello?
Not so sure what. Who is?
Go ahead, Paul.
Oh. No, but I make the point. Thank you. But I make the point, you see, that there's other personnel within the party, certainly at the upper echelons of the party, at the cabinet level, that enjoy a useful amount of accolades and acceptance by the populace, by the voters as well.
Like who?
And so for whatever reason, if for whatever reason, God forbid, there's a successor that is there that can take on the mantra of leading the party and by extension leading the government. It is the same can't be said of the People's National Party. In other words, the JLP have so much depth within its rank that you can see that the next 10 years from now, there still will be a viable force to reckon with. Certainly from a party position and by extension a government position. So I don't think the JLP and they continue to build out their stocks in terms of who they attract to the base, and by extension moving up the ladder. And the JLP is very deliberate as to who they want to pull in. Unlike the PNP, it seems to want to attract people who they think have some popularity for the most dubious reason, right? So the JLP is on a good platform, is doing all the right things for itself and the party and the country, generally speaking. I think we are seeing more of this continue next 15 to 20 years from now.
Come on, neighbor.
Projecting. Come in. Take us over to Hanover. Projecting. What is happening in Hanover? Why the PNP enjoys a 40%? 40. It's 64-14.
64, yeah. So 40% lead.
Dave Hume and Tamika Davis. What is happening in Hanover? Is there anybody online that is from Hanover that could help us? Why would the swing or the positive numbers for the Labour Party not reflected in Hanover. After all, the JLP won Eastern Hanover by over 1,000 votes, and it won Eastern with close to 2,000. The PNP is resurgent in Hanover. How do you explain that?
Before we go there, I was beginning to comment on the unassuming person that Andrew Holness is. And I am not surprised. A lot of people are just beginning to really pay attention to Andrew. They are just discovering Andrew. But Andrew, number one, Andrew is bright. And I always go back to 1997. When I started paying attention to Andrew, I started to wonder why this little youth have to run the one election 3 times. But he went to a place where the JLP had no chance almost. Nobody saw him winning. And because the PNP was so surprised by him winning in that election, they called for a recount. And the recount, he lost. They went to court. The court ordered that the election must be run again. When the election was run again, he lost by must be 1 or 2. Then he went back to court, and the court ordered that the election run again. And when it was run again, he won. But the explanation that he gave for that was that he had a strategy in his mind. And he said to himself, if I go on the ground, even though it seemed hopeless to a lot of people, I will execute that strategy. And he went on the ground, did the door-to-door, talked to the people, and he was honest with the people, and they trusted him. And that surprised the PNP. In 2011, when Bruce Golding was there, Bruce Golding knew that Andrew was stable. He practiced sensible politics. And that's the reason why Bruce gave it to Andrew. No, Andrew is so stable and so honest that the first thing Andrew come say, bitter medicine will come. Was bitter medicine going to come? Of course. Peter Phillips carried the bitter medicine. The difference is that the people did not want to hear it. But Andrew said it. Since then, the people have realized that Andrew, the character as a politician, can be trusted. And that is the reason why we have seen the PNP attacked his character, his person, because they know that the people trust him, Andrew. And if they do not try to chip away at that trust, then they will not make any headways into convincing the people that there are better alternatives. So far, it is not working. It has not worked. Let me jump over to Hanover.
Projecting, hold your point there. Philippians, can you let on Mr. Patterson for me? Let me have a little talk with him. I'd like to hear Mr. Patterson on the phone.
Yeah. Patterson again, right?
Paul Stewart, hold on. Projecting.
Yeah.
Now down to Hanover. Projecting.
Yeah.
There is dissonance here. How could the party be 6 points ahead in the rest of the parish, or at least in most of the constituencies? It enjoys a 6% national. But in Hanover, the PNP is 40 points ahead. You know, I was looking at something this morning, and I'm wondering if this is this for real? If that is so, both of those Labour Party seats in Hanover are gone.
I will begin this way. Dave Brown's seat, the JLP will win that, because he shares a certain level.
They are going to win Eastern Hanover?
Yes. And I will start there. I will start like that.
You're not a realist projecting. How could
you said that to me? You said that to me last week or week before when I told you that the poll is going to show JLP leading through the country.
We can't discredit the polls, you know. If the polls are showing that you're 40 points ahead, how could you be winning it?
We will have this discussion again, and we're going to have this discussion with you, saying to me that you will buy the drink whenever we see each other. I believe that the party can win the entire Hanover again. What is happening in Hanover? Let us start with the Christmas tree. The Christmas tree scenario where the mayor cut up one flowers tree, trim it down, one little bush, and tie up some pepper light around it. And what is the situation in Hanover now? Now, what the PMP is doing through the municipality, since they have all the seats for the divisions, the councillor seats, they have been using, we hear Craig Oates talking about $900 million that are missing from the council. You can't show weight though. They have been using the money, just like they're doing in the KCMC and in the St. Catherine Parish Council. They're using the money to shore up the seat through the councillors. Also, what they are doing, some of the projects that especially Tamika Davis wants to get done in her constituency has to be approved by the parish council. It's a PMP's council. So what they are doing, they're not approving her projects. So what is happening is the same thing that happened to Keith Hines over in Portmore. You have a council with a directly elected mayor in Keith Hines, but the councillors were PMP. So the mayor could not get anything done because he couldn't get a resolution passed in the council for any projects to be done, for the people to see that the mayor is doing something, for the people to support the mayor when the election came back up. So it's the same thing is happening to Tamika Davis, where they're not approving any of her projects. She started one project in one community to rebuild a park with a netball court, football field and all of that. And the mayor shut it down. The mayor decides they're not passing the project. She have a water project where she go refurbish a water system and clean up a tank. And the mayor did not approve for them to commence the work. NWA has some issues in her constituencies too, because some projects at NWA need to get done. The mayor decides, the council decide that they're not approving them. And so what that is doing, it is causing a little bit of angst there. Yeah. But I believe because she have a strategy and the Prime Minister have a strategy there, and I believe the strategy will work. When you nationalize the road project and the spark, when you nationalize REACH and make it an emergency, the council and a part we play in that. And sometimes the strategies we don't understand how they will work. But when you turn one portion in an emergency work, the council can't hold up no resolution. It's literally that the government comes in and do the work. So she's making some headways into the parish, into her constituency now. There's a water project there that needs to be completed, and they're working on it. This week, I see her jump off her truck. I carry water go to people yard, go through in a drum. These little things will aid her in reclaiming the seat. But the PMP still have a strong following in Hanover. It is a traditional PMP seat. It's a traditional PMP parish. It's from PJ Patterson is from Hanover. A lot of the stalwarts that the PMP have had, them come from Hanover, and they have businesses in Hanover, and so the PMP support in Hanover has always been strong. And that's the reason why you're seeing those numbers. But from now to the budget and through to about maybe May, July, where the election I will call, we will see some ramping up there. The poll is not all bad, you know. It is just an indicator that will give the party.
You ever seen a poll in Jamaica suggesting that this lead 40%? That's almost irrecoverable.
Well,
from 40%, being 40% down now.
Dave Brown is not going to lose his seat. So I'm sure about that. Tamika Davis have the little issue and she can still win. So when we on election night, when we have this discussion again, you will begin to see emerging the other factors that I've shared that she will get some things done, and she will come home, I believe. But Dave Brown, for sure, Dave Brown is going to win.
But I want to ask a question though. If it is Tamika of all of these challenges from when with the parish council and so, why is it she never highlight these problems? That is it. She just sit down and keep silent, keep quiet. So why?
They highlight it to the party. The party have always been trying to work.
So why Dave Brown don't have these challenges?
Dave Brown have some challenges, but guess what? Because Dave Brown have a little bit more influence in Hanover. For example, one of the people at the PMP run out of the party is Craig Woods. Craig Woods is in support of Dave Brown. So when you find out that somebody as influential as a Craig Woods, a support a Dave Brown, because they're my friend, you really have to find that the struggle is not going to be that bad or that much for a Dave Brown as a Tamika Davis. This soft-spoken lady who, the two, she will not fight with you. Dave Brown don't look like him going to fight either, but him have the backing. So there's a difference there.
I heard like she have some connection with the former Prime Minister.
I see some of the MPs like Young Charles, Rhoda. They have social media presence. I don't see anything about Dave Brown and Tamika Davis.
And that is where I'm going to touch my point. And that is where I'm going to touch my point. Whereas you see, it's all about, I'm not going to say it's all about, but PR plays a vital role in enhancing your likability and your success rate whenever you are in representational politics. So you have to have that social media presence, especially when you're living in a technological era, especially young people, and you're trying to get out the young voters or persons or the so-called undecided. So you have to use strategy. Another thing what she should have, I presume she should have done, is to mobilize the young arm of the government to assist in public relations as well as canvassing, etc. Even if you're not outspoken, you have persons to voice your concerns and become outspoken for you. And that is what she should have done in order, for her to get a better rating, as well as to enhance her likability within the constituency. Again, you're having the challenges. You have to sometimes play dirty because it's a dirty game. So I'm not saying you're going to go in the trenches as them or stoop into the level that they are at. But at the end of the day, you can't sit idly by and watch something that you're trying to accomplish be tarnished or be dismayed or not being done by persons who would have held such seat or constituency for over 40, 50 years. So you have to mobilize the young arm to assist as well as to work with you to, shore up and get out the rest of voters. Right, so you have to be more assertive. Right, so you call your veterans in the party. Call your Washington, you call your Ven, you call your Carencia, you call those persons who are vocal, but you can't just sit idly by and just because you're gonna be nice, and no, that's not how it works. Now, so you're going to be tribal and go out with the vitriol that they would have disputed in the media, but nonetheless, you can't sit idly by and watch it go just like that. You have to put up a fight. And that is what she's not doing currently, based on my point of view, based on what I'm seeing. Social media is not there, even if it's there, it's not out there like that. So
And Wealthy, to me, Wealthy, it seems like they're both the two most boring persons in the party. I always see these
exactly,
persons even on platforms.
it's not
I've never
seem
seen
like
these
it
persons
is.
on a political platform or anything before.
It
they are.
is,
They are.
and you can't continue like that. You
But
have to be vocal. While I understand that you're new and you're getting your footing, etc., or whatever, but at the end of the day, you can't let, because you're new, you're not being seen. Especially, I think you need a bit better advisors, or you know, you need some young people behind you to
Yes,
rally.
it needs some vibes. It needs some vibes.
Wealthy,
Bring up.
after 4 years plus, it cannot be said these people are still new, you know. After 4 years plus.
No.
I mean,
they are, and the reason why I say new is because they are first. Well, she is a first timer. She's a first timer, unlike Dave.
And that is, and Wealthy, my brother, that is what I don't want us to be complacent with. For tell people that they are first timers so them can be complacent. No. Even if
I'm not saying
first
that.
time MP,
I would never said that.
No, I know you never said that. I know you never said that. I know you never said that. I am saying it. Because people may go with this view for some boy, okay, I am first, they are first time MP, so boy, you have to allow them to make them get them 14 and so forth. 2 years is a probation period for me. 2 years. 2
Not
years.
give them so much, no?
14, but not
1 year I'm giving you.
So much. But I would have given them 2 years. And like about 4 years plus now. No, man.
I call, you think it's a party will fail them?
No, it's not the party. It's them who fail the party. It's them who fail the party because some of them is lazy. And some of these people, not just them two there. Some of these people are depend upon the leader coattail.
That is it. That is it.
And that is a problem. That is why the other day evening at the parish council and so we never do such well. If the rest of members really did go out there and put up a fight, then the leader could have relaxed and take it easy. The leader did have out there all in a night before day in the morning. The last parish council election in order to jam up some support. But can't put them pressure upon our leader, man.
And that is it. And
But
they
yes, people
fail to realize.
in Hanover.
They fail to realize, Carl and Scratchy.
You're making good suggestion, you know. You're making sense. A lot of your friends though are going to say you're bashing the party. How you respond to that?
No, it's constructive criticism. It's not bashing. Constructive criticism.
Nah, man.
And if you're a well-thinking Jamaican, you would have to speak the truth.
We had her about 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago on a live.
You did?
Yeah, I interviewed her. We had her on a live. I don't remember.
You did?
And we had an interview, and she was sharing with us. She's doing a lot of work, you know. It's just that them, as somebody said, them boring bad. But she's doing a lot of work, and we were encouraging her to show up more, even though she has to be on the ground because the mayor it's like the mayor come out of the office out of the country, and they Nathan?
Mute Nathan.
The mayor have him foot in her neck down there. Hanover, the council literally doing nothing to develop the parish. And what they're doing, they're focusing on fighting the 2 JLP MPs. So it's really rough for them. Now, what this poll is, it's not a bad poll, you know. Me always have a look on the brighter side of things, you know. It is
shows the brighter side of a 47%.
It is if the election is now 7 months or 5 months away, the people in Hanover don't hate the JLP. The people might be a little bit disenchanted. So guess what needs to happen? A messaging need to be developed to explain to the people what's happening. 5 months is a lot of time to do that. So the poll as they are now, the election not come yet, there's still the MP. All G2K need to do pack up and go down there set up tent. All Young Jamaica need to do pack up and go down there set up tent. Revitalize, revamp our social media spaces and get the word out. That's all.
Yes, and so Mr. Morel have been talking to Mr. Morel, and Mr. Morel told me that the JLP is going to win back Hanover.
I believe.
Yes, he told me that, and he also told me that there is more JLP voters
In Hanover.
yes, than PNP voters. As a matter of fact, across the country.
Really?
But what is it that Hanover needs to do now? What is it that Jamaica and
them boring.
They just need to log on. They just need to get themselves log into what's going on.
All right, let me just make this point.
If Craig was not sure road where they nobody knows.
What's happening, man? And Tamika Davis. Can we get somebody on Philippines from G2K or Young Jamaica to set up an online thing for them? They have to be they have to be on.
Somebody can find Robbie. Robbie is from Hanover. Robbie tell us a PMP can win back Hanover. Somebody find Robbie.
Robbie was on earlier.
Good afternoon.
Robbie said that?
Robbie was
Yes, he did.
mad yesterday. Good afternoon, Robbie. But what I wanted to point out to you, alone neighbor.
Sorry, Bridget, you can't just come on and.
Oh,
and
I'm
go
sorry,
to
sir. Sorry, let me mute.
Bridget,
Yeah.
you left us yesterday and you promised that you would have been with us.
Yeah, no, what happened? I came on, but I was very interested in getting my numbers because I'm a numbers person, and I wanted to hear directly from the lady. Yes, but I didn't know you were streaming. So I was on nationwide until they were done. So when I came over I just saw you closed off. But what I want to remind you, neighbor, is that before the polls came out, remember, I don't know if you remember that Mr. What's his name? Morel, what's his name?
Mr. Morel, yeah.
Mr. Morel told us about Westmoreland. You remember he said it,
Yes.
He said that Westmoreland is gonna remain green. I don't know if you remember when he said it.
Yeah, man, he called you last night and reminded me that he said it. He actually said
Yes, yes, he did say, and I don't think the poll was leaked to him, but he did say that Westmoreland is gonna remain green.
I'm protecting JA. I'm not gonna write off Hanover though. I'm gonna wait on the next poll. I'm not gonna write them off though.
We can't.
We can't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna write them off.
Ask Chops.
What is
Chops media is
Chops media is on the ground every day. You probably have a better idea of what is going on. Chops, come in.
Let me talk to you. Philippians, see if you can get Chop to open his mic.
I still have faith in Hanover.
I still have faith in those
we all do. I think we all do.
Again,
Why?
we're not entirely writing them off,
Yes,
It's
exactly
just
what
that
it is.
you need greater visibility.
I am
Just
not.
as how look at and I'm comparing it now. We have an Anne Marie, we have a Rhoda Moy, who are new persons and they're on the ground and they're visible. Visibility sells. These two men ear wink out of them, and if I follow almost every social media presence. I so happened to meet Miss Davis at Grand Gala last year, and when I met her, she had a great personality. But
Wealthy. I think
she boring.
I don't know how much time he has. Chops.
Yeah. Greetings, everybody. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. Chops, we're trying to figure out how could the country be going green and Hanover is looking so orange. Help us to understand that type of dissonance in the numbers. And do you think this is a recoverable position?
It is a recoverable position and definitely recoverable. But I don't think it's far-fetched or far off from what the poll is saying in terms of the sentiments. Remember one thing, that the poll is a snapshot of how people feel at a particular time. Hanover, in general, have a road issue, especially in Dave Brown's side of Hanover. There's a road infrastructure problem that has been lingering for quite some time. And I think everybody within the party and throughout the area council is quite aware that there's absolutely no way that Dave Brown nor Tamika would get a favorable poll result given the status of the road. The road is people's biggest pain points. The Prime Minister acknowledged that, the country overall acknowledged road as being the most painful thing they're going through within the last year or so. And Hanover is probably at the greatest disadvantage where that is concerned. So I'm not surprised that they're having that sort of reaction. However, those roads are being repaired. And the fact that they're being taken care of, it means that whenever the pollsters go back in the field, there's going to be a different sentiment there. There's also the lack of communications. These are two MPs that really and truly, they're lagging behind as it relates to how they get the information out. Because let's say there's a little that they have done. Whatever amount of work that they have done is not being highlighted adequately so that people can appreciate, the fact that some things are being done.
Does the party have a central communication arm that supports their candidates in terms of putting out information? So
the party has one. The party is designed that way. It is designed with a very robust communication apparatus, but it is designed for you to use it. It is there. I spent 2 years as part of the party's communication task force. I'm telling you that there is a communications system in place, but these are not systems that are activated by the party. It is created by the party, but they are activated by the local members of parliament, who is supposed to be the driver behind it. Every single constituency has a PRO and a communications person who liaises with the area council PR person as well. So there is a system of communication. The problem is, how many MP really activate that system for it to work effectively? How many MPs you see out there that has a PR team with them that go around, take pictures of their activities, produce proper videos and post them and edit their things properly so it can get proper traction and it can actually bring views to it and people will see what you're doing? How many persons really think that that is even important? There are some members of parliament who really and truly don't believe in social media. They think it's a waste of time. And there are those who appreciate the fact that things and times change and social media is where the real battlefield is. So it is to get some of those persons who really don't appreciate social media and appreciate doing things different. You have to get them to activate what the party, the mechanism that the party already put in place.
Chops, can I ask you something when you're, just a question I need to ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Wagwan, I'm not familiar with Hanover, but someone was telling us today that that at least 3 hotels was built. I don't know if it's 2 or 3. You can correct me because I'm not too sure. 3 hotels. I'm going to leave it at 3 hotels. They got 3 hotels. They got a brand new fire station. Am I correct, Chopper?
Yes, you're correct.
I think it's in a brand new fire station, plus a brand new police station. Am I correct?
Yes.
So they shouldn't. So knowing that is the work of the government, they shouldn't be at so low in the polls. And I think, as you said, I think. Okay, go ahead and answer, Chapa.
No. Go ahead, Bridget. Go ahead.
Okay, so I am going to agree with you when you said it must be the road. Road is a major problem because even though you have a police station and you have 3 nice hotels and the roads are bad, it's gonna like you don't have anything. You understand me? So I'm gonna agree to say I think the road is one of the major issue because what the person was saying that it can't be work because so many hotels are down there where they can't even find workers, but it must be I think road and water is their biggest issue.
Hotels are not built, first of all, Bridget, hotels are not built by government, quote unquote, right? They're built by private sector entities. However, the spin-off of it is that it creates job and create opportunities for persons within the communities. So that exists in the space. But if you give me a job and I get a job and I go to work and I work and I collect my money, but I'm being yeah, so I go to work, I collect I have a decent job, I go to work, I collect a good salary, but I'm inconvenienced every time I go to work and every time I come home from work. So the first thing I see in the morning heading off to work is bad roads. And the last thing I see before I get home in the evening is bad roads. So if you're traveling in a car to work and you're playing a CD or you're playing some song, whatever it is, the song you hear before you enter your office is usually the song that you will sing all day. Have you ever had that experience?
Yeah,
the
you're
last
right.
song,
Yeah,
that's
true.
the song too, on the way to work. That's a song will be in your mind for the rest of the day. What's the same thing with the bad road? The last thing going home in the evening is the bad road. You probably chop a tire, you know? So you're going to have a bad experience, despite the fact that you have a good job and other things are happening positively. But that particular experience is just not good. And I think that is what is hurting in Hanover. The question you asked, which is very crucial, is it redeemable? Is it too far gone for it to be repaired? Absolutely not. You're dealing with a budget coming up now, budget cycle coming up. The good thing in life is when you can identify where your problem is. Hanover would have identified their problem some time ago. And we know that the major problem, for example, with Dave Brown, we know that Dave Brown have been suffering for quite some time now for roads. Suffering because Dave Brown is located in a very peculiar position. Why? The roads that are giving Dave Brown a problem are the roads that are slated for major development. What am I saying here? Long Hill bypass is about to get started. Yeah? This is a major connector that will connect the ring road to the Ferris, Macfield to Ferris stretch. Yeah? So that is going to incorporate a significant part of Dave Brown's bad road. Now, I am certain that the government is looking at it, or the technocrats are looking at it and saying, why am I going to spend $250, $300 million to renovate this stretch of road? And within the next year or two, I am now going to have to incorporate or dig this up or change it to facilitate a major corridor that is coming through this space. So I'm quite certain that these things are part of the calculation that the technocrats are going through. And while they're doing that, while they're weighing these pros and cons, the average commuters, all they want is for them to drive on a decent surface to work. So while they are calculating looking at the big picture, the small person who commutes back and forth to work, who vote, who answer the pollsters, they are hurting. So I think the road is the main problem in Hanover. And the roads are being repaired as we speak. Right now, as we speak, there is a spread of
Chops, not to cut you or anything, Chops. All right, we can understand that we are not seeing anything from Dave or Tamika. But what about the area council? I don't see the area council keeping anything in Hanover either.
As in what?
I mean, I've seen area council have other functions in other parts of the island. I don't see anything from the area council in Hanover. Like spot
Again, you know,
meetings.
area council meetings sometimes are not directed by the area council as to who. I think it's a volunteer system in terms of who hosts it. Like for example, this week, area council will be held. Area council meeting for area council 4 will be in Donny Lawrence, Eastern Westmoreland constituency.
I thought it was done by the area council. I didn't know it was who.
Well, it's the area council, but the area council usually consult the members of the area council to see who can host it. So if it is that you are not willing or other persons are willing to host it, then it goes. In some cases, it is calculated. Some cases, for example, where there is a certain level of attention to be given to that area council meetings can be chosen on that premise. But Donny Lawrence is going to host area council this week, and perhaps the following week or the following month it could be either Dave Brown or Tamika. They had area council in Hanover just not long ago. A few weeks ago, there was an area council meeting in Hanover. A few months ago, I think in November.
Chops, another thing that we can probably put notice to. Dave, I get to understand, was sick for a little while, and I don't think he has any counselors down there. So
That's
probably,
true.
pardon me?
None of them have any counselor. None of them have any counselor. So the odds are against them. That again, you have to put in the mix. You have to put that in the mix as well.
Right.
But what they need to do
for a while.
Yeah, that is true. So what they need to do, really and truly at this point, is to strengthen their communications team by making sure that they contract a team, put a team together that is responsible for publications and making sure that their imaging and the work that they're doing is publicized properly. And these things don't come voluntary or free.
Exactly.
And sometimes a little bit, too in love with their pockets to the extent that they don't want to take the man out of it. You have to spend money to gain money. I'm gonna leave you with this because I don't have a long time. But think about this for a moment, guys. And you know what? I'm not gonna say that. Let me leave that one for another time. You have to spend money to protect yourself.
It takes cash to care.
Yes, and it makes sense for you to spend.
I'm going to say, Chopper, before you leave, I am going to say, because Dave is a 2-time MP. So I think Dave knows how to win. I think his illness,
It's slowing down a lot. Yes.
Yeah. So now that is up and running, I am not going to write off Dave. I don't know about Tamika, but I'm not writing off Dave. I'm not writing him off.
Because
Bridget,
the problem.
Yeah.
The problem
Bridget,
that
I don't think we are going to write off anybody,
Yeah, I'm not right. Yeah, exactly.
We're not writing off somebody. We're just concerned about something.
No, man.
They're good to
No, me said me personally not writing him off.
You know who must give credit to? Dr. Michelle Charles in St. Thomas. She's very visible. Trust me.
Yeah, man.
So, one of the things that you guys have to
about that lady, she's very, very visible.
Yeah, Michelle Charles in St. Thomas is very visible. Trust me, she's doing well.
One of the things that you have to look at, guys, is that the PNP, after this poll, the PNP is silent. The PNP really has absolutely gotten blown away by this poll. Because here, the PNP has been consistently hammering away at corruptions and all of these things. That really not resonating with the people of Jamaica, because the people recognize that this is just a mere political campaign argument. When you come down to substance, when people ask the PNP to present to them a tangible plan that they would execute should they be elected to run this country, they came up awfully short. And as a result, I think that is weighing on the minds of the electorate as well, because you're dealing with somebody who you cannot see and they cannot tell you what it is that they're going to do. versus somebody who you can actually see what they're doing. The form of the JLP, you can see all the work that is being done. That's why I said to my folks and my colleagues and my friends out here in social media, don't get disheartened. Continue to post the positives. Continue to highlight the positive things that the government is doing, because trust and believe, people are listening. People appreciate the work. The police, just today, the police commissioner spoke about how much he admires the government's commitment to national security by pumping in billions. And just look at what they have allocated for the Ministry of National Security for the next upcoming budget. That, to him, the commissioner, speaks to the commitment that the government has.
It's serious.
Spending money on the security force, and he is saying to his workers, to his colleagues, to his subordinate, to his officers, that we must take advantage of this money and use it to assist us in driving the numbers down. So when you have a commissioner who is in sync with the government, it is a plus. We've never seen that. This is the second commissioner we have that is in sync with the government. The government is giving the security forces what they want, and they in turn are delivering. I've never seen the police force this motivated.
And Chopper, let me say something to you before you leave, Chopper. I don't know how many persons remember last year when we heard that St. James was in trouble. And Chopper and other persons, I think Chopper went missing on social media for a little while, and they went underground. You know, people, we have to call a spade a spade. We have to tell these people thanks no. Because I remember Chopper usually keep chopping block every night, you know. And we usually cuss Chopper, Chopper, where you there? Chopper say, look here, we have to go underground. So the result that we are seeing, I'm not giving our praise to Chopper, but because I know him and I know the work that they went out, we're seeing the results.
Before
right?
Chopper go, Chopper, good evening, boss. Before you go, I want to say this in your hearing. I continue to tell my colleagues up here on TikTok that this poll is our poll. The party has not started to campaign yet. It is our campaigning in the space, and those like Chopper who go on the ground that make this poll a favor in our favor. So it is our poll, and we should pat ourselves on the back.
Exactly.
I want to make a commitment, and I promise you, Blue Dot is going out in the field in April again. I am going to do some social media work for Hanover, and I promise you guys, when we have this discussion after Blue Dot come back out of the field,
yes,
going to see the Hanover numbers looking better.
Yes, yes.
We're going to see the numbers looking better. I am going to do some work on social media.
I support that.
Yep.
I support that. But there's a time and place for everything.
Yeah.
There's a time and place for everything. There's a time, and I want just and I appreciate the commendation as well. But just to add to what you're saying, one of the things is the fact that I can move away as somebody who has been really popular on social media, and I can walk away from the space and go on the ground and do some other works on the ground. And really and truly, I don't even think I was missed, because there have been so many of you guys who are capable, more than capable, to deal with the issues and to keep the campaign conversations and the talking points and the issues of concerns and the government positive outlook and output, to keep it on the front burner. There's so many persons that came up over the last year or two, which I'm just amazed, and I feel excited sometimes when you can sit back and realize that, wow, every time you scroll through on TikTok, you see 4 or 5 labor rights having good conversation. We're not talking about the passa and the cuss out. We're talking about good conversation that speaks to what the government is doing and highlighting the negative of the PNP. I am happy when I see that. But I am, for myself, in person, I am on the ground. If you read the newspaper, the Observer in particular, you will see my writings in the Observer. So we work from different angles. There's a time when we are going to be on social media, on the TikTok, on the Facebook, on the YouTube, but there are times when we're going to go to the print media. There are times when you'll hear me on Cliff Hughes, and there are times when I'm on the ground, walking house to house, knocking on doors, working with different MPs, organizing seats, organizing divisions, and doing actual political work. So there's a time and place. But I'm happy to say you guys, you know, still champion in the cause and do what you have to do. I don't spend a lot of time on the TikToks anymore, but I'll be back. I'll be back very soon. As soon as I wrap up.
I remember even the other day you came on and I was up one of them that was very upset with you. The Chopper, you start the live and you drop asleep. Come on, man. And pity I didn't know how tired probably you was walking, knocking doors and so on, you know. But now we see the results, you know, in the poll. And we have to give you kudos. We just have to do it. I like to give a person their flowers when I can. I don't want when anything, God forbid, I don't do those things. So we thank you, Chopper, and we're behind you 100%. And when you're back with the chopping block, you know we're there with you, brother.
Always from day one. And there's a lot of other persons out there who hit the tarmac, they are still active on the ground. Even more than I am. We tramples Westmoreland even before local government election. And we felt a little bit disheartened that we didn't carry home the seats that we wanted to carry home in Westmoreland back then. But you know, you sow a seed today, you don't reap it today. You know, you sow a seed and you wait for it to mature and reap it. I think just by virtue of you guys who consistently highlight the party's achievements, highlight the government achievements, and also amplify the PNP's weakness, that is what is making the difference out there in the minds of public opinion. The fact that you continue every single day.
Chopper, you think that the impact of vloggers and bloggers and those persons like yourself and others on social media has turned the tables for the Labour Party? Because would you admit that last year there was a little bit of ambivalence in the country, but right now the momentum seems to be with the party?
The momentum shifted to the party because the party recognized that there was a problem.
Yes.
The Prime Minister recognized that there was a deficit in terms of factual information that was coming to him in terms of how the seats are organized and the activities within certain seats. And he took it on himself. I'm not saying anything that is not public. He said this on public airwaves, that he put a system in place to do the audits and audited those seats that he believed were having some problems. The information came back to him, and he would have called those members of parliament in and said, look, you have to go out there and get this work done. Almost every member of parliament had an assignment in terms of a body of work that they need to do within their constituencies, and they have done so. Just about 7 or 8 months ago, the Prime Minister would have called those members of parliament and gave them the charge to go back in the field and get connected back with your workers, get connected with the people. And for most part, not everybody, but for most part, that has been done. And that contributes significantly to why it is that you're getting a different feel from the public, especially party workers. Because if workers are disgruntled, then it translates back into the public space. Workers are and that made the Prime Minister's intervention, so what I'm saying, made a significant, had a significant impact on how we were able to turn around what was a PNP trajectory. We turned that around, put up a black wall, PNP just stagnate, they can't go any further, while we are now getting back to the 10% that we want to go. We want by now on May that the party and the government needs to be at least 10% lead, and the Prime Minister beating Mark Golding by a clear 25% easily. I think once we are at that comfort zone, then we can go ahead and do the right thing. Yeah.
So how is it though? I'm suspecting that Belmont Road is pretty upbeat with these numbers. You have a budget coming up in a couple of weeks, Chopper. How is it that the party is going to ensure that the momentum keeps going and that complacency don't set in and we start celebrating too early?
Well, that's the thing, because the party, notice the party is not even commenting too much on this poll, because I don't believe that the party, including myself, I don't take this as anything for us to celebrate. I think the poll is really saying to us that you need to dig down and continue to work.
But
6% lead.
Coming out of last year,
yes,
there was a little bit of bleakness, man. And
yes, there is.
Coming out of the local government elections.
Yes.
Party workers and party supporters were discouraged.
Yes.
And so these numbers ought to, no doubt, make Labour Party supporters feel better.
Yeah, like I said to you earlier, the party took a calculative and deliberate decision to do some things that had a positive impact on workers. They were worker focused, worker centric. They have developed that attitude, and it pays off. It paid dividends. What I think needs to happen now is another drive now to focus now on broadening your workforce, broadening the feel good vibe that workers now experience must extend to the wider voting population. And that is easy, because when you get your workers motivated, then they are motivated to carry the message to the wider public, and that is what you're going to see now.
Yes. Is there a risk, Chopper, that if you drag the election out too much, that people can become battle weary and go back into their comfort zone? In this heightened environment of vibrancy, why not call the election?
No, because you see, you cannot call an election simply because you feel like you're in a good vibe, a good feeling. Right? You must call an election because one of two things. You call an election before the due date because you're certain that you're going to win. Or you call an election because you're constitutionally due to call one. As it stands now, it would be foolhardy of any government to be in the position of the JLP and call an election tomorrow morning. It would be crazy. You have a budget coming up. A budget usually brings with it. Prime Minister already told us that the JLP is set to table a budget that has no new taxes for what? The 9th consecutive presentation without any new taxes. These are significant, these are big things. Yeah. Plus, when you table a budget, $1.3 trillion budget, that budget comes with a lot of incentive and initiatives that is slated to have positive impact on the people. So why would you call an election without rolling out that stuff? And think about it for a moment. The two of the most feel-good season in Jamaica is between August 1st to August 6th, and during the Christmas period. Those are the two most celebrated periods in Jamaica. And if you have an opportunity to go beyond August, where there's a feel-good moment that will come, why would you want to call an election before that? If I were to advise the Prime Minister, which I have absolutely no such powers, but hypothetically, if I were to advise the Prime Minister, I would say, Prime Minister, you go continue to do the work of the Jamaican people, continue to grow the economy, you're pivoting to growth now, focus on the work, challenge your MPs to go out there and continue to work, motivate your workforce, continue to do what you're doing, right up until you're constitutionally due to call an election. I would not jump the gun because there's so much that is in store for this country within the next 6 months. It's unbelievable. You wait until this budget is read. You'll be blown
Yes,
out.
but we have had 2 consecutive quarters of decline, and there are external factors that could mitigate against the progress, like oil prices, like food chain, the supply chain, inflation, cost of living. When you factor those in, you're suggesting that let's wait.
Well, let me explain something to you where that is concerned. Very interesting that you mentioned that, because I have to remind you that Jamaica went through a global pandemic that really hurt the entire globe. Jamaica bounced back from COVID as one of the strongest economies in the Western Hemisphere. Small Jamaica. Jamaica has managed to develop a very resilient economy over the last 8 years. Resilient enough to withstand just about any shock, whether local or international. We have tested the economy at least 4 times since it's been built. And the economy was able to withstand all of that pressure. So I am not worried about what is to come. I know that there are some geopolitical movements now that can have some implication on us. But the truth is, we are still within that space, that time frame, that unless it is something catastrophic that hit us, we can weather these geopolitical maneuvering for quite some time without having any serious implication on the economy. Yeah. You mentioned something just now about having 2 consecutive quarters of quote-unquote economic decline. Now, I think the PIOJ director explained that very well, because just having an economic decline does not give you enough to declare a recession, because the decline was not sufficient to cause decline in other areas of the economy. Yeah? So you didn't see any reduction in job creation. You didn't see any reduction in public-private partnership. You didn't see any reduction in foreign direct investments. These are some of the indicators that stood consistently. And because of that, technically, you cannot say we are in a recession, because there are certain things that would have to happen before we can say we are in a recession. Yes, we went through a decline. What the PIOJ just predicted, just 2 days ago, predicted that we're slated for growth in this quarter coming up in March. So I wouldn't get too flustered by those. I would still continue to press along in doing the work and stay focused, because
one or 2 more questions, Chopper. Isn't your confidence really grounded in the fact that the PNP has stalled?
No, I wouldn't say no. My confidence is rooted in the fact that the government has demonstrated their ability to perform and to perform at a high level. I am rooted and confident in the fact that the government does not get distracted by what is happening. There has never been a prime minister in the history of Jamaica that has undergone what Andrew Michael Holness had undergone with the probes and the allegations and the dragging through the mud. No other prime minister has gone through that. And if Andrew Michael Holness can withstand all that and still stay focused on building this country and motivating his MPs and keeping the workforce of the party motivated, then I have absolutely no reason not to ground my confidence in the leadership of the party. I believe in a leader-centric political movement. The Jamaica Labour Party is one such, and I have every confidence in my leader that he will not get distracted. For example, what some people are looking at is that the JLP will do what the PNP did while they were in office and create a budget, craft a budget that will just dole out money to people simply because it's a political year. The Prime Minister says, no way, we're not doing that. We are focused on doing what is right for Jamaica. Allow the Jamaican people to make a decision whether or not they want us to continue to build this country or they want to bring it back and hand it over to a government that has a track record of tearing Jamaica to pieces. That is simply what it comes down to, you know. It comes down to two political parties. One that has been tested and proven to be honest and do what is right for Jamaica, and the other who is self-centered, who has ruined the economy at every single opportunity they get. And I will say this to you real quick. The PNP took over office in 72, 18.01% growth in the economy. And by 1974, Michael Manley run it to the ground. Bad policies. He was so much so under the water. By 1976, he had to call a public state of emergency, lock up his opponent, call a general election and win. 1980, Eddie Seaga took over, rebuild the economy. We're growing again at what, 7.8%. And the PNP took over in 1989. And God would have it, as you see, by 2007, we were the worst country in the Western Hemisphere in terms of economic disaster. We were described as a sick child of the Caribbean. The PNP took over a murder rate of 434 in 1989, and they led this country to 1,688 by 2007, over 300% increase in murder under the PNP. If Jamaicans want to go out there and hand over a country to a party that has a track record of closing down, wrecking the financial sector during the 1990s, causing FinSac, where over 44,000 businesses collapsed, causing people to commit suicide, causing people to still be in distress today. People have to migrate and exile in other countries up till today, can't come back. If Jamaicans want to hand over a country that has reduced murders consistently to date, we're at 24 or 25% reduction in murders today. That's what we're boasting today. We're at the lowest unemployment rate in Jamaica's history, 3.9 or 3.8%, lowest in the history of this country. If Jamaicans, after that performance, want to go out there and hand it over to Mark Golden, Peter Bunting, and Dayton Campbell, who has absolutely no track record of performance, no history of performing, no history of running a government, save and except to run a multi-million-dollar financial organization that benefited from the crash of the economy during the 1990s under PJ Patterson, Omar Davis. If Jamaicans, after weighing what Andrew Holness and the JLP has done, if after weighing that, and you want to measure that up against what Mark Golden is bringing to the table, which is what? Nothing. When the Jamaican people ask what it is, when the Jamaican people ask the PNP what it is that you're going to do for the Jamaican people should you get elected, they said we are not revealing our economic plans because we don't want nobody thief with ideas. If that is what people want to vote for, a blank envelope, don't know what is in there. A matter of fact, quite a few members of the PNP would have spilled some of the stuff that is covered up in that envelope. Yeah? Yeman Crawford told us that if they win, they are going to increase GCT. Yeah. Dayton Campbell just recently told us that if the PNP should win, they are going to increase taxes on the importation of items. So it is clear that the PNP have a track record of taxing and spending. One more before I go. Bear in mind that when Dr. Omar Davis was debating Audley Shaw at the election debate in 2011, when Erica Virtue from the Gleaner asked Dr. Omar Davis how he would finance a very ambitious budget presented by the JLP at that time, Dr. Omar Davis told Erica Virtue, and by extension Jamaica, that there are only 3 options that he has. 1, increase taxes. 2, beg for debt forgiveness. 3, what was the third one? Help me out there, somebody. What was the third one? Borrow, beg, and debt forgiveness.
And sell government papers.
No, debt forgiveness, borrow more money, taxes. It was 4, it's actually 4. But I'm just saying this to say that in financing the budget at that time, Dr. Omar Davis did not say to the Jamaican people that he has a plan to grow the economy in order to bring us out of the quagmire that we're in. So it is safe to say that the PNP has absolutely no idea on how to grow an economy, which is what this government pride themselves on: growing the economy, reducing debt, and making the lives of the average Jamaicans better. If Jamaica people, after measuring up what Andrew Holness and the JLP government has done since 2016 till now, if the average Jamaicans want to measure that up against what the PNP did in the past and hand over this country to them, then they can go right ahead and be my guest.
All right.
I am saying to you.
Chopper, thank you. But before you go, when you look at the numbers this year, though, debt servicing is down, and so the government is going to be spending more. Although when you look at the numbers compared to last year, the budget is less, but the government is going to be spending more this year, and because they're going to be paying less in debt servicing. But you're saying it's not a run with it budget?
Absolutely not. And if you want to know what a run with it budget looks like, you're not too far away. Go in Google and go Google Dr. Omar Davis, who at the time spent what the country never had. Let me explain to you.
Yes.
If there's ever a government that is so positioned to construct what could be called a run with it budget, it is this government. If there's ever a government that can run with it, it should be this government.
Yes.
This government has the ability to grow, has the ability to be physically.
I must ask you this though, because there are still the argument in Jamaica that the cost of living is high. Inflation has eaten away a large part of the disposable income, and 42% of people are still suggesting that the country is going in the wrong direction. How do you answer that type of criticism in the context of the achievements that you have spoken about and the good position that the government is in? Can it do more for the poor?
Absolutely, it can, and I wouldn't say, I don't even want to classify it as the poor. More can be done for the people, and more will be done for the people. They are doing more for the people. But, you know, you cannot expect to solve all your problems one go. We cannot fix all our issues in one go. The Prime Minister have said it many, many times, that before we can solve our problems, we have to have the will to do it. The most important aspect of any country is a good economy. Jamaica has spent a lot of time on building out a good, robust economy. The Prime Minister is saying, oh, that we have spent this amount of time building out a resilient economy, a strong economy, paying down our debt, bringing it down from 144% of debt to GDP. We're now bringing it down to somewhere in the region of 65% thereabout. That's what we're heading. That is giving us enough room in the budget to do more for the people.
It's coming from 122.
122 are coming from where at what now? 74 or 72?
Yes, we're below 70% now.
No. Can somebody just find that for me? Because I believe we're at 60 something, you know. I think we are going to the 60s now.
68%.
Right.
Yes, but then the argument is why then is 42% of Jamaicans feeling? I mean, we have explored this, but I'd like to hear your view because I am still very concerned that the marginalized, the trickling down of the prosperity is some people are still suggesting that you know, we need to be involved more in terms of what is happening. Is the government going to be positioned in this budget to target these people so that the perception can be changed? Yes, that Jamaica is inclusive. It's an inclusive economy, and the opportunity, right?
The opportunity exists for all. Let me explain something to you. If the prosperity train is passing by your house and you sit in your living room drinking coffee or eating donuts and you don't get up out your house and hop on that train, it's going to pass you.
That's your fault. Yeah.
It's going to pass you. If the prosperity train is coming in your community and you sit in your backyard and refuse to push your hand out the gate and jump on it, it's going to pass you by. Opportunities are not something that come in your bedroom or in your living room or in your kitchen. Opportunity exists. Sometimes a lot of persons who lies within that 40%, all they have to do is to lift one foot, put it in front of the other, and opportunity is right there. But there are some who believe that opportunity must come on a platter and must be handed to them in their living room. Jamaicans have to learn to get up and move, be a part of what's happening, take advantage of the opportunities that exist, do something. You can't sit and wait for prosperity to be packaged in a gift wrap and put under the Christmas tree for you. Opportunities means you have to go out there and get it. I don't believe a lot of us are focused on that. I believe that there are enormous opportunities available, but there are not enough takers. People need to get up and move. The train is passing your way. Get on board.
Yes. What I think is happening, you know, it is only preparation that meets opportunity. And most Jamaicans, if we understand the profile of Jamaicans, they are not prepared. If you're not prepared, you know, you won't meet the opportunity, you know, because only if you're prepared, you're seeking the opportunity. If you're not seeking a certain type of opportunity, you won't get it. No, the people who are crying the most, you know, are the people who don't know nothing about opportunity, you know, because they were always just standing by the wall at their house and waiting for PMP to come with a brown envelope with $3,000. So the economy that Andrew Holness have created now is not a $3,000 in an envelope, brown envelope economy. It is an economy that says, wake up yourself, bathe, put on your clothes, go down and art, go sign up for your program. That's the economy that is creating. The economy that is there now is one new company up down there, so go look a job. Because we think of one big factory in a Trelawney now, bigger than the one where they have around in a Portmore. Go look at work. That's the opportunity that's there, but you're not prepared for the opportunity. Say opportunity can meet you.
That requires a culture shift of enormous proportion. And how is it that we are going to shift that culture, that thinking, to get our people to understand that they have a role in ensuring their own.
The only way to shift the culture is another 5-year term. The longer there is a system in the country that says you need to go work before you nyam, then people will over time realize that if me don't work, me can't eat. And so they will jump on board.
My brother, you have said it perfectly. I don't even know if I need to add to that. But you're spot on. This is going to take a cultural shift. And the Prime Minister have already created that. I think most laborites should have by now gotten the message that what they have bought into, because there's a lot of laborites who bought into the PNP's idea of a brown envelope. The JLP has not given to that so far. The JLP has been pressured into that and has not given to it. And I don't believe that the party should. The party instead create opportunities. More Labour Party persons are participating in programs now. More laborites are trained. More laborites are equipped to take up positions within government or in private sector today. More laborites are taking up opportunities. And the more we do that, is the better we will be. If PNP, who don't want to take advantage of opportunities, want to sit in their corner and hope and pray that the PNP will win election so they can go back to collecting brown envelopes at different agencies, which was the recipe, which was the ingredient in the very potent recipe that the PNP had, that they utilized to tear this country to pieces. If they want to sit in a corner and wait and hope and pray that the PNP will come back in office so they can start back the brown envelope style of governance, it's not going to happen. The quicker you get on board the opportunity train, it is the better it is for you. The train is passing your gate, guys. Get out there, get on it.
But Chopper, you see. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Punkus. You're go ahead.
Thank you, sis. Chopper. Last night I was on a live. This young man Nagi, and I was passing the live. I hear some people are burn out the government and burn out this, and so I stop. I'm a PP. I'm a listen, and I'm a complain with the government now do. I'm say, all right, tell me exactly what you want specifically. He must say anything with them now do them fear do. I'm say, no man, get down to the nitty-gritty. And him cannot tell me nothing. I'm have to force it all the time. So him say education, health, road, and job and this and that and minimum wage. I said, all right, let me take them one by one. I said, Chopper John, I said to him, in the 2025, I think Jamaicans should have argue about minimum wage based on the offerings of what the Jamaica Labour Party-led government is offering in terms of training and skills. We should not argue about minimum wage. Any high schooler we are come out, or a young person under the age of 30, we are cost about minimum wage, right? In this day and age, 2025, are them feelings, not the government, are the feelings of them. I've been telling them there's a program out where the government is going around in communities wanting to sign up persons with small businesses and offering them $500,000 for helping the small businesses. No constituency have not filled 30 persons as yet. I'm telling about Heart Academy. I want to start listening to the things about Heart Academy I do, and after Heart, none of the people in the lives of them never know this. So I say, this is the problem. When you don't take the opportunity to get on yourself informed, the government have put the things on every platform. Every platform. And only now go out there. Right? And them complain, Mr. Jamaica, it was complain about the road. Well, I'm complaining about the road. Mr. Jamaica have 27,000 kilometers of road. And the second most roaded country next to Japan. Right? I will just go and build over 3,000 kilometers fixed. So whole it more road that they fix. I remember saying that you have a 40 year with roads not being fixed enough. There's a designated program right now. I'm listening to 3 programs to him. Right? Them never know them something here. I said, but this is not the government's problem.
Yeah,
as Chopper was saying,
there's a sense in which it is, my brother. I think when a country is going to move its ideology, its philosophy in a different direction, that it is important to understand the psychology of it and how people think. Because if you create a society where people are expecting government to do things for them, and I have argued that we are going to have to define the role of government in a capitalist society. What is the government's role? And therefore, we have to educate our people to understand the marketplace and how it is that they are to approach the market. And I think it has to come out of a transformation of our educational system, where we educate people to be interdependent citizens, not dependent citizens. And when you have, for example, a continuous perpetuating of ideas from a certain segment of the society, that government is to do this for you, then I think you sit down and you wait and you wait and you wait and you expect that the government is going to come in and do it for you. I think we have to take people along. And in taking these people along, we have to begin to work on the minds of individuals by the language we speak, by the words we speak, and hope that more and more people will begin to make this shift. This is a mental shift. So many years. Don't forget that we are coming out of slavery, and that is not yet erased from our minds. You know, I don't know if I'm making sense.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's a cultural shift as well as an emphasis on education. While the government does not create jobs, the government facilitates the creation of jobs.
Yes.
So when the government is talking about building STEM schools, when the government is talking about giving people a stipend to go and learn a skill, when the government is talking about upgrading education, adding classrooms to schools, when the government is offering scholarship.
And Churchill, don't forget about the extension of sixth form.
Yes, when the government is offering extension, when the government is bringing hard trust into high school, when the government is offering that you don't need a guarantor to get a loan to tertiary university, tertiary schools.
Yes, Churchill. But then you have that message, and then there is the message that time come. You see where I am at. If you are
time come is based on nothing, you know. They're not offering nothing. When you say
the person listening to that, the lazy-minded individuals, and there is sufficient of them. Those persons who I think somebody spoke about the waiting for the brown envelope. When they hear the time come, what is it that they are? What do you think they are thinking? Right?
No, you can't follow those kind of thinking, because it's like they're saying today for me, tomorrow for you, and we're not in today for me, tomorrow for you. What we're in is being prepared so that Jamaica is growing an economy, so that you can participate in that economy. And again, it's a culture shift. You know, when a man see a man go to a job and within a couple of years he can build a house and buy a car, that is the kind of thing we want people to realize, that you can do the same thing. Rather than sit down and wait for handout, you can go and elevate yourself by getting a skill, by getting an education, so that you can build your house, raise your family, do whatever you want to do. And this government is facilitating all of those things. If you're ambitious, and you have the mind, you can achieve things in Jamaica. That's what we're seeing the shift to right now. We see how the government has specifically put in the resources to reduce crime. That was one of the things that was holding back Jamaica. And we see that the government has invested in reducing crime. Crime rate is going down.
But 1 minute, Churchill.
More people are now investing in Jamaica, so that economy is just gonna continue to grow. Yes, Bridget.
1 minute, just to interject. Hello neighbor, I don't know if you guys heard the news, but the shipment of guns that came in from the wharf, I get to understand that they were coming from Florida and the destination was Waterford in St. Catherine. Take what you will of that one.
But hello, Bridget. We all know what type of stronghold is over that community. But neighbor, when you look at the move that the government made last year to make permanent, a lot of government workers at the minimum wage level are a particular level, permanent workers, never been done before. Garbage collectors, the gardeners, the cooks and stuff like that, all these persons, and they gave them a 30% increase also. This is a shift in also confidence in themselves, because persons used to be very hop-hog about the job, but now them have a little bit more confidence that, look here, I have a permanent position now, and I'm paying a lot more now. And so the attitude towards the work is different. Now, when I spoke to one of the young men on the platform last night, one of them came up and said, whenever I visit a ministry to do business, I think that the parking lot is a car show because of the type of high-end vehicles that the workers, the public sector workers and civil servants are buying, right? And people, and so public sector workers have never been paid so well. And Chopper John noticed and Chuck Philly noticed that right now the private sector is having a war with the public sector to retain their talent because people are running over to the public sector based on the way when they look at the disparity in certain skill areas and certain technical areas of government and private sector. The government is winning. So the private sector now have to go ramp up for them pay scale and the benefits for much what the government is paying.
And that is quite fine. But when an economy improves, it normally benefits those persons at the top first. They are the ones that have access to capital. They are the ones that can get in and make use of the opportunities first. I'm not against that. I'm suggesting though that we have work to do because there remain many Jamaicans who still feel that it has not reached them. And we are saying that the opportunities are there, but they need to take responsibility for it. Guys, I wonder how many Jamaicans are aware, how many Jamaican families are aware that if there is a brilliant member of their family, that member can apply for a student loan to get on to tertiary institution. I wonder if every Jamaican family knows that.
Chopper said it best, neighbor. You have to go there. The train is passing, and that member has to go there because it ain't gonna come to your doorstep. So somebody have to go there and seek it.
I'm pretty sure that information is widespread in the high schools, in all the high schools in Jamaica.
Stop it, take it on.
In all the high schools in Jamaica, that information has to be widespread. So I don't think somebody coming out of high school wondering what career they're going to take.
Right.
That information would not be available to them. The other thing I want to mention also is that this year, I've seen it in the papers, where 6 new hotels are going to be built in Jamaica starting this year. 10,000 new jobs will be created. Yeah? That means more people are going to be at work. They're going to need more workers.
But
the kind of
Stretch, you look like you don't hear the Shreps. Punkos, tell him the Shreps what is going on. I don't know if you hear it, Punkos, let me say if you're good, you hear on the ground.
What's that?
Punkos.
You thought the expansion that going recently?
No, man, that the young people, that there was, I think the Prime Minister said it, or somebody said it, that they went down to one of the country areas and the hoteliers are distressed because most of the young people are leaving the hotel for TikTok. You didn't hear
Oh,
it?
yes. Actually, it was Sydney Stewart, the mayor, the former mayor of Senton, when I had a meeting with him, told me that many business persons were having this problem of the people are opting to go and earn on TikTok. You have a lot of persons who are telling teachers in high school that them not African study, no, them not African pass the exam because TikTok will pay them.
Chuck Finley.
Chuck.
Yes, I'm here.
Chuck Finley.
Yes, man, I'm here.
Chuck
I don't
Finley,
think
good
it's just
afternoon.
TikTok alone either. I feel like we have
the listeners that you correctly predicted that the Labour Party would have been 6 points ahead. Why did Blue Dot leak the poll to you?
well, first of all, I should tell you, I have experience in conducting
poll. Chuck, tell us why did Blue Dot leak the poll to you?
Well, as a strong supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party, they thought it was important that I have that information early.
So in other words, neighbor, he cheated on us, so he didn't win. He cheated.
well, neighbor at the time did not ask me how did I get the information, you know. I would have told him that I already spoken to the person that blew that, but he didn't ask. Right?
He had the advantage over us, so he cannot get the winnings.
I'm gonna take you somewhere, Chuck. Since as you operate in the prophetic. Can a 6 percentage point deficit, is that insurmountable? Do you think that the PNP can recover from this?
All right, it's two answers for that. A 6% lead is not insurmountable, but the PNP won't recover from it. And I say cannot, I say won't.
They won't recover.
They won't recover. Right? So it is not an impossible lead to overcome, but the PNP won't do it. Because it's gonna take now that we have changed how politics is practiced in Jamaica, the PNP would have to meet us on the battlefield of ideas. And right now they are bankrupt where ideas are concerned.
So, Chuck, you must say we won't allow it. JLP will not allow that.
Will not, thank you. That's another yes. We won't allow them to overcome that lead.
All right. My understanding, you see, Chuck, is that the PNP are sending people over here to listen. Today I came up with a theory that Dayton Campbell is a double-edged sword for the PNP. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I think while he energizes the PNP base, he's alienating a lot of Jamaicans. And some are suggesting that he's hindering the party from attracting those persons in the uncommitted column. And that his combative approach is too extreme. What is your view on that?
I would agree with you 100% to that. You see, thanks to
without giving them any strategy.
Yes.
Let the listeners understand why the approach that Campbell is taking, Jamaicans are finding it so repulsive.
Yes.
And I would love you to tell us the history of that and why that type of politics is not bringing us far.
All right. So the PNP have a history of political arguments. We go and we cuss and we chase our car, name our cuss. That is the politics that they strive on, the stage performance, the noise, the hype, no content. where now people want to know, what are your plans? People are no longer jumping up to the gimmicks. So the gimmicks now is not selling anymore. And they now have no plan B. So they are still gonna double down on the gimmickry while people are laughing at them, while Andrew Holness is building and is selling Jamaica his vision, our vision, and Jamaicans are beginning now to buy into it. The PMP are still stuck on the stage being comics and being laughed at.
I agree. It's a double-edged sword. One edge is dull and one edge is sharpened. The one that is sharpened is turned to the PNP, and that's why the blunt edge is not having that kind of effect on the Jamaica Labour Party. If we notice the Prime Minister has said it. We need a shift.
Who is on?
This is Churchill. There's a shift in our.
Yes.
The Prime Minister is trying to change our political culture. One where we tear down people to one where we're lifting up
Churchill?
people. Yes. You hear me? Everybody hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, man.
Hearing you loud and clear, Churchill. Yeah, man, we're hearing you.
Yeah, the Prime Minister is trying to change the political culture where we don't tear down people, we lift people up. So it is a mindset. It's not about going there and cuss people. It's about lifting up people, providing them opportunities so that you can uplift yourself and elevate your family and do what you want to do. So when Dayton Campbell come and I talk about him rub out, him just a rub out himself because it's not taking hold. There's no traction for that. Right?
Yes,
But Churchill, though, I'm not one of them, but I think this is expected of Dayton Campbell. I think what the problem is that the endorsement of it by Mark Golding, I think that is where the problem comes in. That's what I think. I think this is expected of Dayton Campbell to be like it, but I think the endorsement of Mark Golding is where the issue is.
Right. You know,
Mark Golding upholding it. Mark Golding upholding and endorsing of it.
Then they are political dons. Because I have picked it up that even within the party, there is a division there that some people don't like it. It's not attracting, it's not broadening their tent. And these poll results tend to be supporting that.
They might change now, but going forward to Mark Golding as the leader of the party, it might look like giving in to his opponent. Right, like that, removing Dayton Campbell might give his opponent a much more stronger talk. I think that was what he might think, that why he still have him there. But no, they would have to do some form of.
I don't think Mark Golding has the power to remove Dayton Campbell.
I don't.
Okay, why is that no, Chuck?
No, I don't think so. You're crazy.
As the leader of the party,
because Mark Golding is essentially a puppet right now. Mark Golding is a puppet. I believe, if we should be honest, we could say it's opposition leader Dayton Campbell we have.
Chuck, I want to remind you guys of something what happened the other day. I don't remember what meeting. There was a meeting, and you know how Wami stay. And Wami said he had to say what he had to say before the Prime Minister arrived. I don't know if you guys remember. Anybody remember?
Yeah, I remember that meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, because he respect thing that he want to say to the crowd. He will not say it in front of the PM.
And Darivas had made a speech like that as well too.
And that is a level of respect they have for the PM. He looked around, I was watching the meeting and he said, you know what? You let me talk when me have to talk before the PM come. That is all the level of respect that our ministers have for the PM. Not so over the other side. They talk anything in front of such man.
If the artist at the church was willing to go up on stage and ball out what they do with their mother in front of him, and then go up on stage and endorse any amount of gun violence in front of him, the man is not respected. The man is Erica Miller, I don't want to remove your gensec, ma'am. You're a gensec. Could you join with him around the neck? Me? Of course,
the
I
longer
want
he's there, the better for us.
the longer and the better it is. So keep him. We don't want
Yeah,
you
we
to
don't
move
want
him.
we don't want to remove him. And Chuck, you know what I like with this poll now, Chuck? I remember after the local government elections, he came out talking strong, taking props and saying that they said that me are gonna mash up the party. Them say me are gonna do this. I wonder what they are saying now. You remember that argument, Chuck?
Yes.
So I would like to know what they are saying after these
Another
polls.
thing that was said recently by Dana Campbell, you know, that I need people to look into and take seriously is on a political platform.
1 minute there, Chuck. Guys, can you please stop the screen? If you don't tap, people can report the live. I can get cut off. You have to tap the screen. Please. Continue, Chuck.
It was said on a political platform by the very gensec that him and the party will get rid of Andrew Holness one way or the other. Now, to me, that is a threat.
Yes, I think that is why Chuck, what's her name, came out and had to apologize. Sorry to interject.
Right? We know not that an apology. The police need to look into it. And then we see these guns coming into the island. Now we wonder if there's a link.
Yeah, we were on a live, Chuck.
So
Talking
true.
about the third term, and someone in the comment was like, once when they get the third term, just know a war will break out in Jamaica. So I don't know what is their plan.
Not with this police force that is heavily equipped.
Exactly, Philippian.
Not
it won't happen. Mikey is in the box. Mikey, let's hear from Mikey. Mikey from Thomas.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're in the box, sir. Go ahead. Continue. Mikey? Continue, guys.
I guess Mike, he is out. Yes, Philippian, not with this type of armature that we have right now. Hell no, that ain't gonna. We're not going back to those violent times that we had. We're not going back there. So that person probably just was bored today. That's all I can say, Scratchy. That person was bored. Or even though I was there, I saw her. They are so upset it's not funny. So they will blare out anything. They are so upset it's not funny.
And then the topic back of dating camera though, I think Jamaicans are step away from that type of politics, and Jamaica is seeing the PNP and see the type of politics that the PNP is trying to bring, and they are turning off a lot of persons. Hence the reason for the polls result that we have saw. And just continue to keep our focus, and we will definitely continue to shine. Trust me.
I agree.
All the way.
I agree.
Well, one thing I know, this poll has given us some impetus, if you will, to continue doing the good work. Yeah, because we are optimistic that it's only gonna get better. And like I said before, we won't allow the PNP to even come close to taking over. We shall not allow them to take over. And we have to go on the ground and do all the good work, because that is yet to come. The budget is going to come. And so we should be energized now to make sure we hold on to this lead.
Aeon Blake in the chat saying time come.
For
Let me
what?
tell you what time come is a poor slogan, Aeon. If you would stay with me and give me a minute, I'm gonna tell you why. You should pay me after this, you see, but it's fine. Time come suggests that where the country is, it's not making progress. Now, politics is about marketing. Now, when you say time come to Jamaicans, what it is that you are suggesting to them that they need to change, all right? So they need to change. But change to what? Change to what? And if Jamaicans, if you understand Jamaica, the politics in Jamaica has left the PNP behind a little bit, because the generation that grew up in the 90s, they want nothing to do with the PNP. So when you are appealing to those persons and you tell them, say, time come, they remember the 90s. They remember their performance. And they are saying absolutely not. So the time come message is redundant. It only attracts. It only appeals to the PNP base. What do you think about that, Scratchy?
We say that over and over, neighbor, that the PNP is only attracting their
1 minute.
base.
You notice Abo, there's a few of them that came over the live, You notice Abo, so let's go. We're giving them traction. PNP, let's go. So a number of them came over because they see that this live is about intellectual discussion, reasoning, critical thinking. So they have to move up. They make sure calls to come and, disturb the peace. We were not distracted by them. But guys, continue. They're here
Yes,
to learn.
we say that over and over, neighbor, that the time comes slogan is just, again, Jamaica has passed. Jamaican electorate has passed those days where you come with fancy slogans and people run back here just because of a slogan. Electorate is much more smarter now.
Fantastic, Scratchy, that the Jamaican electorate is maturing. Isn't that
Very
a
much.
commendable thing?
The electorate is mature as mature a whole lot. Time comes, fancy slogans are not enough. Andrew Holness has done so much that you have to come with more than just a slogan. You have to show us what you can do to outdo this Jamaica Labour Party government. Time come alone cannot bring you into power.
Yes, as the Democrats learned in the president. In Scratch?
I didn't hear you. We're breaking up.
I'm saying that slogans and hype cannot do it anymore because Jamaicans have it is a new era that we are operating in, and it is an era of access to information.
Exactly, and it's not
exactly, and I think that is what is beating them. There's no way you're going to tell me that it was in Siaga's time people were marrying goods when it is not so, and you can get the information on the internet. You can't think people are so stupid where you're trying to change historical data and dates and all of that and think people are dumb. People are not dumb. And then this doom and gloom message, nothing of prosperity and hope. You can't, me not go there around you. You're not good for me.
No.
Me not go on there around you. You not do say anything to uplift me.
Yeah, right. And another thing too, Phil, and Scratchy and Neighbor, Andrew has lifted the bar so high, right? The bar is way up there.
Exactly.
They're way down there. So it's very
good evening, people. Can I say something when you finish the Bridget?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. PJ. You've been there a while.
So what you have is one party operating in the reality of the times, and the other party is operating in reverse. You have to
Exactly,
understand
neighbor.
that Jamaica now wants to understand what are the policies that you have. And you know, there was a time when you could go up on political platform and say, we are going to fix road. Jamaica will be pothole free by 2023. You can't do that.
Those slogans can't work again.
You can't do that today because people are more of faith. People have been educated.
And black man time now.
Eh?
Yeah, those slogans
Alright,
cannot work again.
Black man time
now.
Yeah, go ahead, Chroma, DJ.
All right, blessed evening, everybody. Blessed. Ever since prior the sentence come, PNP was a party with peer slogan. Better must come, whatsoever. They are bankrupt. They are a party of the past. They are dinosaurs, as Mr. Neighbor just said a while ago. This party, if you look at the two parties right now, the Labour Party is futuristic right now. Look at everything but the Labour Party. Education, while everything is different. The PNP is bankrupt, they are back at time. That's why right now the two bases. One base is a younger base, one is an older base. And the older base is shrinking. That is the PNP dinosaurs then. You see me? And the PNP and the Jamaica Labour Party base is getting bigger with the younger people. The only problem we have now, we just get the younger people, they're just more interested in voting. And that can work, and I will work on that. You see me? Can you see everything what is going on? Opportunity is there. People are going back to school. Everything is better right now. People in their 20s, 30s can't own a house right now. Everything that was foreign to us.
I would love
you see me?
I would love DJ Chromas to be comparing the ideas this evening. In Scratchy,
that would be perfect. That would be, and I think the electorate deserve that. The electorate of Jamaica deserve to be comparing the ideas. Time come is too short. Time come is nothing. Time come is bullshit.
But that is the problem. PNP don't have any ideas from ever since. You see me? Yes. What I'm about to quit nicely. Continue there.
The PNP is not challenging.
Scratchy. Remember to Scratchy. That is how I think Portia lost the elections, because remember when they wanted to have the debate, she didn't
want to debate. Yes.
Debate, and people was just not accepting that kind of behavior.
Well, this saying of time come is empty, it's useless, it has no flavor because it just doesn't give you any message beyond the phrase time come.
Yeah, Mr. Church, you don't have any message.
When you say time come, following that, you have to come and state time come for what? And lay out your program as to what you want.
But just after Mr. Churchill,
that says time come does not give us anything to hold on to. And like Chroma said, it's not futuristic, not offering us an idea as to what they're gonna do different, because they don't have anything different to offer to the Jamaican people. So it's have no flavor. It's tasteless. Yeah, it doesn't bring anything new to the Jamaican electorate to say they're gonna do things for Jamaica, other than the high taxes, of course.
And Churchill, when you have an opposition party who's telling the electorate of the country that we're not gonna talk our ideas because we don't want them teeth it, you're basically taking us for a fool.
Exactly, and you're making us feel like, oh, we're asking for your personal grocery list or some confidential document.
Your medical list.
Exactly.
They're not an idea, people.
That's why I think them say that, because they don't have any idea. They don't have anything to tell the people. They want to come into government by default.
Check.
Understand? Some 5, it's a some 5 party, boosting a bag. Type of mentality. That is the PNP. You see me? By default, they want to trick people. Is a trickster. Trick people and get into power. And when they reach to do what they want to do. Anything don't work out when they come, there's arguments here, because we don't know what can happen. So then turn government. And things that them don't know understand how to run the country. Them are going to start spinning thrown back by the Jamaica Labour Party. Say, we do this and we do that. So this can't work. Because they don't know about economics, how to run the country.
The same thing where Andrew be going on within the KCMC. Mark Golding is going to use the government money and funding self and business. I same thing they have come to do.
Yes, Philippine, that is true, because they are self-centered and don't business about Jamaica. They are selfish. It's all about themselves. They don't have Jamaica by heart. You see me? It's all about the PNP party, not about Jamaica for them. Understand? You see me? That is the PNP. They are cultists. They are indoctrinated. You understand?
And you know, Margolin can't even pretend. He can't even pretend that him like Jamaica, you know. He can't even pretend.
Him cannot pretend. Mark Golden is fake. Mark Golden went to the Sigma run the other day and take a taxi to the finish line. We don't want them type of leader there.
He didn't even have a bib.
He didn't even walk. He didn't even run. Him take a taxi to the finish line. He went for a photo op and go back home.
Exactly.
But that insult again, the biggest insult then go there with the party colors. That's an insult.
Party colors as if it's your calculate. You're campaigning at a private event.
Because everything they try to politicize, that is their problem.
Even the breakfast thing that we keep there with the people and with the prayer meeting or whatever. They go to the politics same way, everything them go. So every time them do a certain thing, just expose them more. I the monkey go, them expose.
We have them. Yes, National Party need to understand that the electorate is much more smarter than it was 15, 20 years ago. This is not the same electorate.
Afternoon, people. As neighbor said, hold on, life,
mute.
Yeah. Life, hold on. As neighbor said, persons who grew up in the 90s are extremely scared of the PNP, and I am one of those persons. And when I saw PJ came out the other day, oh my God, I was boiling because I could not believe that the PNP would carry out this man who made my upbringing hell, because nothing ever had gone in my country. Everybody me see around me suffer. PNP and JLP, everybody.
Exactly, Philippine. We were kids in the 90s.